do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? 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 It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Hello. How's everybody doing? So apparently, boom, there's a news post today, and apparently it's big. It's big enough that 3 separate people DM'd me and was like, yo, don't read any of this until you're on stream. And I was like, okay. Zeal, hi. Which is good because I was questioning whether I was going to start up on POE1 or POE2 today. But I guess we're starting up on POE2 because, well, new patch. That's why. Oop. Oh, I did something wrong. There we go. Okay. So, upcoming plans. Oh, so it's not patch notes. Okay. It's a intent of patch notes. We're continuing to work on improvements to Path of Exile 2. That's good because it needs some. Patch 2.1. In active development, we're aiming to deploy it by the end of next week. Okay. Find out you have some new improvements to the patch. Okay, so hold on for a moment. Every end game thing that's a mechanic is bad, including Breach. So we need Breach, Rogue Exiles, Expeditions. What else is there? Delirium's not rewarding. And all of those side contents actually really not worth doing. Not really. Certainly not worth it enough. So I'm hoping that list is in there. I'm still not happy with Rogue Exiles. They just are too hard to see and drop nothing, and I don't care if they exist or not. There's still no crafting, but I don't expect that to come in a minor patch. So that's kind of all I've got. Okay. Setting up the frequency of encounters and rewards for Path of Exile 2. We have decided how many maps a player will have to do in order to get them. After extensive playtesting, we now believe that we overshot this number pretty substantially. You don't say. By extensive playtesting, do you mean any one person playing endgame for a single day? Because that's all that was required for that. But okay. In 0.2.0 G, we improved the baseline experience of getting rewards. Rewards from monsters and chests. We still feel like we didn't get enough. Exciting spike moments for something very powerful or valuable drops. There actually are some cool items to find, but you won't ever find them because they're incredibly rare. Sure. One of the major focuses is making chase items more common. I'm not sure that that's the play. Okay. But adding more chase items to find. Well, they're not going to be chase items if we can find them easily. I don't know about that. Extensive, right? Extensive playtesting. Yo, one person playing for one day could have told me this. I just... Okay. Unique items. In 0.2.1, we're going to significantly improve the drops of incredibly rare unique items, as well as adding a bunch of exciting and chase uniques that will take your build to the new heights. They're adding new uniques in mid-patch. We'll also be buffing some of the rare uniques that were intended to be chased but didn't live up to that standard. There's significantly more chase uniques. Yo! So we're adding more uniques and buffing a bunch of rare uniques that ended up being trash? Okay. Plus 10 flat life. Here we come. This is a buff. Yep. We'll see how that goes. Let's not get too excited about this. We saw them buff uniques before and just didn't make any difference at all. So we'll see. It depends on if whoever's working on buffing uniques is, I don't know, fucking competent. We'll see. Crafting socketables. One of the issues we have with socketable crafting system is that moment to moment is that by the time you get to the end game, there isn't really anything new or exciting to find. Sockets for your gears, resistant attributes are great, help with solving problems early, but by the end game, ideally you should be swapping all of these out for more interesting mods. Sure. And we're adding 22 new runes, 14 new soul cores, and 7 new talismans. This will cover a full spectrum of being powerful to insane, but are rare to find. You will certainly want to use them over the normal base of socketables. Okay. Sure. Yep. That's fine. I kind of want the details of what that is before I get too excited about them, but we'll see. Ritual has also suffered from us pitching the chase reward to rare. We'll be making the rarer omens from Ritual more common. You'll see the same number of omens, but a significantly higher portion of them being the rare, more exciting ones. Good. Okay. Sure. While we're at it, we'll also be increasing the commonality. Yep. The commonality of getting corrupted essences when using Valorbs. Okay. I mean, they said this like 30 times, the Omen thing. This is at least the 3rd time that they've buffed Omens. Yes. The first 2 buffs didn't really make any difference. Maybe 3rd time's the charm? Rogue Exiles. Just don't have enough unique items, so we're increasing the frequency of which Rogue Exiles have and thus drop unique items by approximately 3 times. Are we also going to like increase the rarity of those unique items, or are we just getting more trash uniques? I'm just asking here. Twisted Domain. The boss of the Twisted Domain is pretty valuable, but the endgame area and the rest of it was pretty under rewarding compared to the other content you do at the time. Pinnacle content should not give less rewards than the dozens of maps required to access it. Yeah, that's fair. To start with, we have substantially increased the number of rare monsters that will spawn during the domain. Previously, there would be no rare monsters at all. Well, then a substantial increase would be 1. Some more specifics here, but okay. In addition, we've changed the balance of quantity and rarity the monsters in the domain have. It will mean that a larger drop of items that occurred right before the boss fight should now be more valuable than before. We're also guaranteeing some rare breach rings as a result of the drop. You should always come away with at least a decent chance of some powerful items. Okay. Expeditions. You're trash. This is the worst endgame thing. One thing that makes logbooks unrewarding is the fact that at high levels, they have so few monsters spawning that they often end up yielding significantly less items than a regular in-game map. Yep, all the time. This is reflective of the fact that at the low level 90s, you could do an entire level 80, the highest possible level logbook, and not even gain 1% of experience. Yep. Doing a pass on the amount of monsters spawning to enhance by the combat by focusing on the very high level ones to match the consistency of other in-game content. Sure. Yeah, I mean, like, sure, but like, yeah, this isn't the problem with logbooks. The problem with logbooks is that crafting with that currency is garbage. And if it doesn't contain a boss, you might as well close it and open a new one. The first change is that we're increasing the distance between explosives and the radius of the explosive. Cover more rewards, have more area. Increasing the number of spawns of monsters, sure. Additionally, we're making changes to specific features found. The Lush Island currently has Kurui Totem remnants that cause monsters to give substantially increased experience. There's a fenced off area that you can explode to gain access to the totems that drop a lot of currency items. And the beaches, there are small corruption pustules that drop uncut skill gems. I'm gonna be honest, didn't even know that. In order to improve the area, we're increasing the number of remnants, specifically the experiencing ones. Additionally, we'll be generating more of the fenced off sections. Large changes to the pustules will be made so that when destroying any of them, it will call all monsters to unearth. Spawn the corrupted monsters, blah, blah, blah. Combined with the base changes that drastically increases the number of monsters that will be spawned during the logbook. Okay, sure. It's intended the Lush Isle provides a good source of experience. I mean, sure, but the problem is the reward outside of experience isn't worth anything. The Frigid Bluffs logbook. Icy Tundra with Vile Archetypes, blah blah blah. Aside from the traditional expedition monsters and chests, Can also explode the Val objects for free. Problem is these are relatively underwhelming. Monsters, blah blah blah. Top of the remnants. That just causes the monsters to drop to be corrupted, which is arguably a downside. Yeah, all these cause things to be corrupted. Whenever something drops corrupted, if you want that to be potentially rewarding, it has to start with max sockets and quality and modifiers. So if you're going to corrupt it on drop, you need to just have it exalt spammed to be maximum, have 20% quality and maximum sockets. It can still be a shit item, and it will still most of the time be a shit item, and that's perfectly fine. But you have to start from there before corrupting them. Otherwise, you don't have a shot at giving us a usable corruption of any kind. If you want that to be an upside, it has to start with quality, maximum mods, and maximum sockets. Because that's what we would do to every single item we were ever corrupting. You have to do that. Holidays or something. Anyway, arguably a downside more than otherwise. Okay. We're making a couple of changes here. On top of the Val monsters, we're now going to have some Val bosses frozen in time too. These are standalone map bosses that can be broken out and fought. All the remnant modifiers will apply to them as normal. The Val remnants will cause items to drop. Corrupted are being reworked. Now they will generate 1 to 3 upsides and 1 to 3 downsides. The normal remnants have. Think of them as super remnants. Okay. Blah blah blah. Barren Tolls, sea traveled area. Currently has crates filled with gold and strongbox of Azimite runes. Sure. After the changes, they're going to drop significantly more gold, generate a lot more strongboxes, and by a lot we mean over 10 times as many. Okay. Of which could be unique strongboxes too. Means aside from already adding rarity to any subsequent, will now also add 2 to 4 runes instead of the existing 1. Okay. Sure. Okay, well, I'm not gonna lie, like, all of this looks good and everything, but the number one, and I do mean number one, problem that Expedition has is that the currency that comes from Expedition is worthless. It's actually, in most cases, most of the time, worse to try and craft with that currency from the vendor than it is to just buy items from the vendor. Like, they're not, the crafting part of it is worthless. The only good part is just like checking the vendors and refreshing them for an item that's already good in the window. Because if it isn't already good in the window, you will not make it good with the currency. You will not make it good if it's not already good. Because you can't craft. It's worthless. The biggest problem with Expedition isn't the logbooks, although these are great changes. I do approve. This sounds like fantastic changes. But the reward from doing it, the currency from Expedition, is functionally worthless. It does not craft. It just doesn't. The item is either good in the vendor window or it never will be. There is no such thing. It's just not. It might as well not exist. And that would be my biggest concern with Expedition, is that. But okay. Endgame content and added improvements. Main focus is we're going to increase the variety. Oh, a second main focus is they're going to increase the variety of running endgame maps. I actually specifically want less variety. Just gonna turn that brightness down a little. Yeah, I want more agency, but less variety, please. The second main focus is we're going to increase the variety of running endgame maps. Right now, did you know that if you were to generate 400,000 maps, that 1,500 of them would be hidden grotto? Yeah. No, I could have told you that. I mean, probably not those exact numbers. I probably would have said 1 in 4. But yeah. So even I probably would have guessed 1 in 4, to be honest. But yeah, I knew they were fucking everywhere. Did you guys know, here's a more important bit before I keep running. Did you guys know that there's like 5 or 6 fucking fantastic maps that I think in my 800 or 900 hours I've run once or twice each, because they're hidden in, this is going to be like in the mountaintops and within a screen of one of those citadels, and then it's able to spawn this map that I've forgotten the name of, and so you see it like once every like 300 hours, and it's a fantastic map, but there's nothing special on it. It's just a really good map. Can we take those 5 or 6 really good maps and just pull them into the base pool and make them common? Anyway, separate thing that. I'm just saying. Anyway, we're currently sick of running that area and fighting the same boss on repeat. The intent is to normalize the frequency that different maps and thus boss fights appear in the Atlas. This will make things feel far less repetitive in the endgame, especially for many, many hours. Okay, but what we really want is to run the same few maps over and over again, the good ones that we chose. Ones that are good for our builds. Okay. Citadel spawning has been adjusted. Now whenever a citadel is generated on the Atlas, it also ensures that it will generate the other 2 types of citadels near it. This will prevent cases seeing where players would have, due to the whims of random generation, get many of the same citadel. Huh. I mean, good. Yeah, sure, that's fine. That's actually fine. Both of these changes to the Atlas will not affect areas in the Atlas that have already been revealed. In order to get these improvements, you'll have to explore further away. An area that hasn't been. Okay. Additionally, you can expect some other in-game improvements, such as reducing the danger of the 2 ritual types. There's a ruckus of purple chaos explosions. These things, can you just delete them? Those purple chaos explosions, especially the ones that come from those little flower things. I feel like they're half my deaths or more. Like, I feel like I have to be CI just to get away from that. Reducing the danger and increasing the telegraph of the volatile plant monsters. Yep. And combined, these were responsible for over half of all player deaths in the endgame. Then clearly unbalanced, unfair bullshit. Clearly unbalanced, unfair bullshit. Yeah, what's really impressive is that probably at least a third of endgame characters are CI. So if these are responsible for half of all player deaths, but all CI characters are completely immune to this, then how many non-CI how many non-CI players' deaths percentage is because of this. Because all CI players are completely immune to this. Lowering some of the more dangerous modifiers like elemental penetration. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. The number on that was too high, but it's fine. More players die to it, then it's 50 is 75% of non-CI players. Yeah. Okay. Elemental penetration to be more in line with others, improving the rewards and the visibility, blah blah blah, increasing the radius of opening clasped hands and breaches, reducing the pack size of the bats that shotgun with projectiles in the twisted domain, reworking the cursed map mods to have counterplay. There was already counterplay, you took it away. We could leave an extra portal on, die, resurrect, and then run the map without a curse. And you took it away. To be fair, that was clearly a bug. And fair stuff here. Okay, there's more here, but I want to go back up here because we're going through it right now. This right here, I already have this solution, my dude. I need to like fucking pitch it to them directly or something. I want a favorite, unfavorite system. So I want to have to pick, I want to, because there has to be like a sacrifice somewhere, but this is not like directly a sacrifice. This is like all right, this is my idea anyway. I want to be able to favorite, the first thing I want to be able to do is favorite a biome and have that biome show up 3 times as much so that it is roughly 50% of all biomes will be the biome I favorited. Far more common. Okay, this is the biome I want now. And then I want in each biome to be able to essentially unfavorite a map or sacrifice one map that's in that pool. Be like, never spawn this again. And then pick 2 maps that I really, really want and favorite them and have those show up within that biome more often. And I specifically want it to need to be 2 and need to sacrifice 1 so that a few things happen. 1, there is still some variety. I will still have to run other maps that aren't my favorite ones. I'm double or tripling the likelihood of picking my 2 favorite maps, but that doesn't mean those are the only 2 maps that show up. Other maps will still be there. There will just be a lot of the 2 I want per biome. And there will be none of the one I hate the most per biome. But that doesn't mean I'm running them exclusively like POE1. I do not want it to be like POE1 where I'm just like, okay, here's just this one map. We're going to do 10,000 of the same map in a row. I don't want that. It doesn't suit POE2. We don't need that. But that doesn't mean we have no agency. In my mind, I get rid of the worst map in each biome that I hate. And then I make it so at least 50% of the maps that spawn in each biome are the 2 maps that I favorite personally for each biome as they're created. Now, I still get variety. I still have to run the other maps. Even in the best case scenario, I've still got at least 2 maps that I'm going to be splitting between. There's still variety. I still have to go looking for things. Everything else remains the same, but now you've given me some control and some idea that I have agency over what kind of content I'm running. Also, Based, you're crazy. You're crazy. They literally did start making class balance changes right at the beginning of the first release. And then the reaction was so viscerally bad that they had to stop doing that and decide to only make class balances when major patches happened, when the resets happened. They were very clear about all of it. They were very, very open and honest about all of it. You might be upset about something else. You could probably just like relax about it though. You know, nice if biomes had an endgame mechanic or event. Events would be pretty cool. But yeah, anyway, that's my idea for having some extra control or some amount of agency over that. Okay. Harsher than I would have been, but I'm not gonna override it. That's still fair. Alright, Trial of Sekima Nuts. Trial of Sekima Nuts has been adjusted. We've adjusted the affliction that causes you to have no energy shield, and instead causes you to have half energy shield. This is for chaos inoculation, so they wouldn't randomly get hit by its affliction and the run isn't over entirely. On top of that, we've discovered a mistake with the changes of getting certain afflictions of boons. Specifically, there was one affliction, 2 minor boons, and 1 major boon and 1 pact that had 100 times more commonality than they should have. This would have caused players to be consistently getting them as their first randomly generated outcome, as these boons in particular were the weaker and more boring ones. It often would have made the runs less rewarding and interesting. 100 times? 100 times. That is whew, okay. Quality of life and user experience changes. I'm surprised they... Okay. Breathe. We did some notable quality of life improvements, but there are more coming. We have a huge improvements searching on the passive tree when using keyboard and mouse. Now when you search the passive tree by typing in the text field, you can press enter to automatically find and go to that passive. If there are multiple passives, pressing enter will cycle between them. So much like Path of Building. It also darkens the rest of the passive tree to help bring the search node to the foreground much easier to see. Like Path of Building. Okay, sure. No, I'm sure. That's cool. A huge request has been that we invert the tier of display X tier on an item using the advanced. This is so that you can immediately identify a model that has the best that it can be. This is more for an advanced endgame user, but it is very important to be able to quickly assess the true power of an item. We are swapping this back to the same way as Path of Exile 1. Oh, honestly, the fact that you thought you'd be able to get away with this is a shocking lack of understanding of your own player base. But I am really happy that we're finally giving into that, because this was immediately day one clocked as a problem by, and I'm not over exaggerating, everybody. Everyone. Immediately day one, everybody was like, this is shit. So thank you. Oh, that actually, I'm sorry, I'm just so caught on that. I'm so simultaneously mad that it took this long for them to finally do it, and also just relieved. I don't know if you guys remember, or who's been here, of how many rants I've been on about how bad this is. I've had like 30-minute rants on why this is just absolute fucking garbage on like multiple occasions. I'm so happy that this is changing. You have no idea. Ah. All right, on the Atlas, when you hover a map, it will separate the category of modifiers displayed so you can more easily see where those modifiers are coming from. Specifically, you can now determine if they're corrupted or cleansed influence in one category. If they're from a tower in another category. This will make it clearer when looking for specific modifiers like +1 level of corrupted. Sure. There is also performance improvements coming. We're optimizing physics of monsters and NPCs across the board to make them significantly cheaper. This is making them significantly cheaper. There are also performance improvements coming. We're optimizing the physics on monsters and NPCs across the game. This is making them significantly cheaper. And will cause less CPU bound bottleneck on performance. I understand what they mean, but I don't think that that's the word that I would have personally put there. That is, I'm sure that that's technically correct, but that is like a dev / programmer term, not a gaming nerd. This is, I'm like, how much was it costing me before? What do you mean? This is, yeah, okay, but sure. This issue isn't prevalent everywhere, but it is common in areas with lots of humors, such as the Adrian Act 2, or in Freon in Act 1, Freethorn in Act 1. We will continue to optimize these incrementally in every patch till we find all the suboptimal cases. We've also added some improvements to the shop and cosmetic panel, including the Equip Now button when purchasing microtransactions, added the skill slot to the cosmetic page, in the future microtransactions will replace your base character model skin on what? Sure. It summarizes the patch notes, blah blah blah. Okay. Praise. How do you get room from Freethorn? I mean, why take like YTH out? Like it's not that hard. Okay, so like this is exciting, but I was thinking about getting back into POE2 today, and now I'm like, wow, maybe next week. Maybe I don't want to do a solo self-found run now. That was what I was gonna do today. Play another Slawmancer class? Oh, I'd much rather not. No, that was enough. Look, it was really good, but I'm gonna start blueprints. Wow, I'm gonna put air quotes around this, and they're pretty heavy air quotes. I finished blueprints, and those air quotes are pretty substantial. I got to the final room. I know there's a lot more, but like, I got to the final room. I finished this, there's some very, very large air quotes. I should do the air quotes like this. Really, really large. I finished the thing. But I was gonna play POE2 today. Well, I hadn't prepped for POE1 practice runs yet. I don't know how I haven't figured out how I'm gonna level a witch, because there has to be a better way than SRS. Could not believe my eyes. Okay. So, how about in a minute, is the campaign complete for POE2 yet? Oh no. No, in fact, they didn't even add a new act this patch. We've still got the same 3 we had before. Appreciating the YouTube streams. Nice. They should be permanent from now on, now that I have the same. Isn't that just rolling magma and flame wall? No, rolling magma is something that the very, 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 very good players can do. And all the races will be like, rolling magma is so good. The problem with rolling magma is that it requires both the position of your feet and your cursor to be perfect every time you cast. And if you're not nailing it perfectly all the time, rolling magma is complete garbage. If you are nailing it, it's fantastic. And if you're not nailing it, it's garbage. You have to be double hitting everything that you need. And I can't do that. I'm not good. I'm not good at the video game. I'm good at Path of Building, and I have a degenerate amount of time to play video games for. But I'm not mechanically good. So I'm just no good. I'm just no good. Was SRS because it's brain dead easy? So yeah, I've been leveling with SRS. The problem is it feels, I don't know, it feels too weak, man. Like, it just feels a bit too slow. It used to feel a lot better. Go away, good Discord. Go away. Go away. Yeah, it just feels a little too slow.
Valor, what do you call it when
Oh my
you
God.
separate poo into 3 parts?
Guys, I don't have Path of Building installed. Hold on. Hold up. I don't have Path of Building installed. Oh no. It's a brand new computer for anyone who is like, how do you not have Path of Building? I got a new computer like a week ago. It's a god tier beast of a computer, but every day I find some new little thing that was like that I like need that I do not have. And it's whenever you click to do something and you're like, oh wait, I can't launch Path of Exile. I can't launch Path of Building. I don't have it. I had to also install Notepad++. The install page is the best version names either. I never had to do that because I just went to install everything all at once. It's my absolute favorite thing. I can never remember the name of the thing, but my favorite thing for creating a new for installing a new computer or setting up a new computer for the first time is you just type into Google, install everything all at once. And the first site will be this one, Ninite, which I can never remember the name of, but it doesn't matter. And then you just pick all of the things that you want, and it's got a big list of things that you will want. You know, Steam, 7-zip, a bunch of encodings, Notepad++, Putty if you use it, which I do. And anything that you could, like all of the generic things are here, like Discord, ShareX, Green Square, Blender, like, and you just tick all of the things that you want, including your browser, Discord, Zoom if you're using it, Teams if you have to use that shit, right? VLC player, fucking Audacity, Spotify, like everything is here. And then you just get your app you just click download and it downloads an installer specific to you that'll have every up-to-date version of everything that you ticked there, and it'll just install all of those things at once. There's like the Epic Game Launcher, Steam, like everything, like there's so many things on here. Is it going to be absolutely everything you want? No. But for a brand new computer, when you first start up and you're like, shit, now I need to download everything. Well, download everything all at once is, I never remember the name of this site, Ninite, right? I never remember it, but you can just type install everything all at once. And then ta-da, there it is. And that's how I remember it. Okay, so I have a problem. I think I have all my builds. I backed up all my builds. Google Drive. I backed up all my builds and I put them in format PC, path of building, okay, I have a builds folder from path of building. Where does it go? Actually, where does it go? See user documents, path of building, builds. Okay. See user, where do we go? User Baylor documents, path of building. User Baylor documents, path of building. Download. Okay. It needs to zip them first. Right, I'll be back in just a moment. I'm just gonna visit the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna get all my path of building builds back, hopefully. I've just got another streamer. Yeah, but I'm not actually sponsored by them. I just bought it of my own accord. I do want to get sponsored by them though. Right, I'll be back in a minute. Jesus. All right. Builds. Copy. Okay, have I got that right? Path the building. Relaunch. Ta-da, it's got all my stuff. Fantastic. Until, oh, right. Like, would you even do lurking while lurking? Nice. Would you even do like SRS? Is there a way to make SRS leveling better than I have it? Because I don't love it. I just, it's kind of fine. It just isn't. I feel like there has to be better. What is SRS? Summon Raging Spirit. It's what I use to level my Holy Relic build. But it just doesn't quite feel strong enough. You can actually make SRS into a pretty good build endgame. I'm talking about like leveling though. Like leveling, it just doesn't feel strong enough. There's a similar powerful leveling. I don't think either of those are good either. I think I have to go like something that involves a respec. I think if I want to level quicker and better, I think I just have to eat a respec cost. Just minions just aren't good enough. Okay, with the fucking most hideous emote. How you doing? Rough to figure out respecs since we don't know if the gold cost respecs will be in. Listen, yes we do. They will be. Faustus is staying. I'm gonna cite the fact that Faustus is in POE2 as proof that Faustus is staying for POE1. I know they haven't like officially confirmed it, but like it is. What are we testing? Well, I kind of just want a different start from SRS. The problem is POE1 has a lot of the same problem POE2 does, which is they don't want minions to be strong ever, which means most minion builds are trash which means I probably have to start something that isn't minions and do a respec. And into ignite shenanigans once you get. Yeah. I could. I wish this node was increases and reductions to minions attack and cast speed also apply to you, because I could absolutely go through here still. But let's see what we could do if we were thinking about that. So the problem is I still want to be a necromancer. Like, I still, end of day one, I want to be changing. Like, what can I do? I mean, that's still a pretty good ascendancy to begin with, but it's really not though. This would be okay if you went with DD, but they nerfed the shit out of that. Just to go full high spells when profitable and less stressful. I'm so happy we're looking at a POE1 part of the building. Fair. Straight out cast speed, right? You take that one because it's nice. So this is still good. This is still good. This becomes great. It's a little extra bit there. You just go around that bit and through that bit, and then you brands, right? You can still come here and get that, but you wouldn't. You would get brands, and then you would come up here next. For sure, right? Probably that way. That's an odd way to connect though. Nah. You still wanna... No, it's 1 point either way. Like, it's either 1 point there or 1 point there. Yeah, this one's important. I like that one. Since you're doing respecs anyway, you can just do that. That's actually like quite a bit of damage, especially early, and it'll apply to Ignite and Stormbrand, depending on... ideas for the upcoming or private league thing. More looking at trying to figure out how I want to level my Holy Relic build if I want to be like stronger. Like, Holy Relic feels pretty great the moment you get a 6-link Dialas, but pre 6-link Dialas is pretty questionable. And so I'm trying to figure out what I can do before then. Before then that like still resembles remotely close at least to the tree that I'm using. And then declare it crazy. Yeah, I mean, I very much like it. I very much like Holy Relic. I don't think that for, what's the best way to describe it? The speed I normally move at, or anyone slower than me, Holy Relic is really, really, really good. It's fantastic. It is not appropriate for real blasters who get places very, very quickly in 0 gear, because it needs some gear by the time you've hit red maps. And I want to try and be that person who gets to red maps with 0 gear on real early. I want to try and be quicker than what I am. But this build doesn't hold up to that speed. It never has, and it never will, and that's fine. It's not what it's designed for, but it does not day one hold up to that level of speed, right? It doesn't. But if you get there in literally 0, you've got nothing, no Dialas, no jewels for your poison chance, nothing, and you're trying to do tier 16 maps, it's miserable, right? So I'm trying to figure out how to level something else that's a witch to respec on day 2 into Holy Relic when I've got the gear for it to sustain high tier content, but I want to level as something else that can go at that speed first. I wonder if Tai Tai's got a list. Doesn't Tai Tai have a list normally? How far would I have to go back? How far would I have to go back? Not far. Oh, it's pinned. Oh my god, stop it. Why? Why do you do this? Yeah. Stop it. There we go. So let's see. Power Cipher Mines, Trickster, lol. Lightning Strike, lol. Archmage, Bull Lightning, Orbiting or Frost Nova, lol. Slams, Poison Concoction, Frostblade, Righteous Fire Chieftain, Blink Arrow, Mirror Arrow. Hex Blast Mines. Ignite, Wave of Conviction. That's the one. That Ignite build into more, except instead of into more, we just respec into Holy Relic. Right? And yeah, so the thing with Ignite is, lol, I was at, oh my god, I was like, I looked for League Start on YouTube and then I was like, oh, not this one, it's 9 months old. Wait, hold, wait. Hold, that's actually relevant still. Oh, my bad. Ah. Ah. No, open.
Hi, Zizran here with another build guide for the 325 League, and this is Wave of Conviction. Now, this is a very blasty build. This is not a boss killer whatsoever. This is just a lot of people love playing this build to blast through maps, and you can have the obliteration for those nice pops while mapping. And it didn't get that affected by nerfs. In fact, it has not changed much from last league at all.
It's not that much different. You just have to like drop this wheel.
I do recommend this only for softcore. It does play in hardcore up to tier 16 maps maybe, and you might be able to get all the 4 void stones, but it is more of a blast and map league mechanic.
Wouldn't want to do that.
Another good thing is it is very SSF friendly, but yeah, it has very low recovery, which means that a very bad bosser, it is not uber
that gets worse.
This build is one of the select few that we offer in a written version over at Max Roll. And the written guide will have everything detailed from leveling.
What? Those are the same. Look like the same thing twice.
All right, we're just gonna start this off. Here is the first clip. If you want to see what the build looks like with mostly all blue gear, running a tier 16 map, we'll just let that
This
play
is
out
an
for you.
elementalist.
And then after that, I will show the build with a little bit more investment, killing an Uber. This is the update for 325 Settlers of Kalgur for my Fire Trap / Frostblink Ignite Elementalist. It is my favorite league starter. I have played many of them, and this is my favorite. Things that you might like about this build: if you play it properly,
oh god,
it's very, very fast. It gets a good chunk of damage relatively comfortably. You can kill, as you see in the background right now. You can do T16 maps with literally blue gear. Once you get a moderate investment, bossing actually
that's a lot of respecking.
It's not a giga insta one-shotter on bosses, but
that's a lot of respecking
because it is ignite damage over time. You throw one little trap and then you run around and watch the damage happen. Things that you might not like: the physical damage mitigation until you get that lightning coil can feel a little weak unless you focus on getting a rare body armor that has at least some physical mitigation, and ideally that Eldritch Implicit. Unfortunately, we lost the Gravicius craft, so you do have to go for the Eldritch Implicit to get some of that back.
That is quite the skill grimmage, yeah. I wonder if maybe I just give up on the idea of being Holy Relic to start with. Like, maybe it just isn't. Lol, people still doing explosive arrow? Is that fucking real? Are people still doing that?
This is my all-time favorite.
No one's still doing that, right? That's not real, is it? Uh, 0.2%. No, the answer is no. People are not still doing that. People are absolutely not still doing. Man, I have not got an ad blocker apparently. Holy balls. Oh my god, is this what this page looks like to everyone all the time? I have forgotten to install my ad blocker, which I will do later, but holy balls. What? They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Is that what it's like normally? That's insane. That's like an assault. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, 0.5% on day 5. Okay, so no one was playing that is the answer. Absolutely nobody was playing that. It's just not happening. Here's the thing. I would never bother to use an ad blocker if this was the amount of ads. If you put this ad at the top here, like that, every page I load, the top bit, there's a little banner ad, and then I just scroll away from it. I would never ad block your site if that was it. But if you're gonna put one here and one here and one here and one here, and it's fucking everywhere and they slide with me, I'm fucking ad blocking your shit, bud. Like what the fuck are you doing? Like, what is this one? Well, this one's popping into over the top of the content. Like, fuck off. Oh, I can't handle that. I'm pretty sure this browser has an ad blocker and I just haven't turned it on. I'm gonna look for it. Settings. Browser. And then decide to do subscription-based stuff. And it's such a nasty cycle. I mean, but all they have to do is like make the ads not invasive, and then people wouldn't care. If you just had that banner at the top, I would have been like, okay, that's the ad. But you're gonna put like 5 ads on my screen at once, and 2 of them are covering content that I'm trying to read. You necessitate using an ad blocker. It's the same thing when people make YouTube videos, right? Like, I don't mind an ad at the front of my YouTube video, right? And I don't mind when I make a YouTube video and I'm like, this is the length of the video, and it's like a 15 or 20 minute, let's say a 20-minute video, right? And then what I do is I'll put like, in a 20-minute video, I'll put maybe an ad here and an ad here, and that's it. And then you go look at somebody else's video and it's 20 minutes long, and there's one there, 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 and there's one there. And you're like, well, fuck that. Eat a dick. What are you doing? Like when your video looks like that, I'm gonna fucking ad block it, man. What are you doing? It's too much. YouTube is the only site where I won't use mobile because of the ridiculous ads. Can't even watch without ad blocker. You should be aware that the creator picks where the ads are, not YouTube. That is not on YouTube. That is, we pick that. Whoever made the video, we choose all of that. Let's see what I can... Pick 0, or does it have a minimum? You can pick 0, but then you won't make any money. I make most of my money on YouTube off ads, right? In fact, it's all ads. So you can't really pick 0 if you want to make a living, but But like this is, for instance, this is how it looks, right? I can turn on, which if I have like 12 to 15 minutes, it'll sit to like that. But if you can have them automatic, and they'll make sure there are 5 ads. If you tick the automatic button, they'll make sure that there are 5 ads in your 12-minute video. That's what it wants. It wants 5 ads in your 12-minute video if you do it automatically. That's an ad every 2 minutes. That's no, absolutely not. Get fucked. Even network television wasn't that bad. 5 minutes is gold. Yeah, I put 2 in a 12 to 15 minute video. I might put 3 in a 20. If it's just 20, I probably won't add a third one. If it makes it to like 22 or 23 or something like that, I'll probably put a third ad break in there. There'll be 1 ad every 7 or 8 minutes or so. Feels okay. Even that, like, it still feels like more than I wish that I could have, but also like it is how I make all the money. So I need to put some somewhere, right? Also, this is the other thing. Hold up. You'll love this if you don't know about it already. Hold on 1 second. Oh, I think you need to do it when you make the video. I don't know how to find it when it's video is already live, so I can't show you it, but there are choices you get to make when you make a video as well, which are right here. Pre-rolls, mid-rolls, post-rolls. I always put pre-rolls and post-rolls on because people close the post-rolls, and pre-rolls are like half of the money you make from a video is from a pre-roll. I also think the pre-rolls are fine, but here's the thing. You get to pick what they are. Display ads are just the banners that pop up. Skippable ads are the ones I use that make a pretty decent amount of money. But also after like a 10 or 15 second window, they get the little skip button. And the non-skippable ads, that's not YouTube. The person who makes the content is ticking the button that says non-skippable ad to force you to watch the entire thing. That's not YouTube, and it's not on by default. You have to tick that button. So whenever you get like a 5-minute ad on YouTube that you can't skip, that's not YouTube's fault. That's just an option that creator ticked. I will not stay on any Twitch stream that immediately plays ads when you join to watch. So that, oh, we should have that up on the stream. Hold on, browser input. Hold up, I don't have it on this screen. So Twitch having ads. Twitch has done a very interesting thing with ads. If you don't choose to play ads, they will pre-roll every single person. So when you click it, here it is. So when you click it on a stream, it will just play an ad. But if you choose to play a few minutes of ads every single stream, which is what I do right here with this little one, then that gets rid of pre-rolls. I need to make this bigger so I can trim it better. There we go. I'll stay for 3. Some people have like 7 to 9. It's crazy. No. That's not how that works either on Twitch. Nobody has ever chosen to show you 3 or 7 or 9 ads. My ad breaks can give you as little as 3 or as many as 12. It's a time period on Twitch. I play 2.5 minutes of ads every 30 minutes. They could give you 3 really long ads or 12 really short ads, but it'll always be 2.5 minutes. And I chose to go with smaller ad breaks every half hour rather than a large ad break every hour because I thought that was less annoying, but it does stop all the pre-rolls. So you can see I've got ads running right now. And so now there's the next 37 minutes pre-rolls are turned off, but in another 30 minutes, it'll play another 2.5 minutes of ads and that'll push it back. Alright, we're just gonna fucking start killing things. Hey look, this one still exists, lol. Oh my god, my character slots are full. What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, it's easy to get an attack crit. Depends on what the spell is. Yes and no.
Why do the keen of mind seek to satiate their curiosity in darkness and depravity? Innocence is our father.
So percentage spell crit is like just as easy to come across, but like your spell might have a base crit of 0 or a base crit of 5, and that's going to be real rough. But some spells will have a base crit of 8 or 9 or something like that. Oh my god, no. Oh no, my hotkeys. Oh no, this is wrong. Oh, that's upsetting. Oh, I don't think I've played POE1 since I put the new computer in. Oh no. Okay, that get fucked. I want you to be that one. There you go. The one that says T. I want that to be spacebar. What's this normal spacebar? What does spacebar normally do? How's the new rig? Fantastic. Okay. Close windows, right. So one thing I've changed is spacebar is now my movement ability, because otherwise it's like because spacebars roll, and so if I want to keep some semblance of normal, then I have to put my movement ability on space.
I need more mana.
Oh my god, I can't tell what's going on.
And I thought I'd be a dead woman by now.
Settings. Why isn't my health above my... Why isn't that default? Game? No. UI? Yeah, show the clock. Sure. That's better. One off there. Screen shake disable. Camera rotation disable. Always show sockets. Show large patterns. Hide remove only tab. Show full description. Don't need the pop-up. Show life and mana levels. Don't do that. Don't do that. Mini life bars above you. Mini life bars above enemies. Thank you. Large pink cursor. Inverted. Enable the clicked cursor. Okay, we're catching up. Yes, you can do time stamps. Normal's fine. But how big is the chat box here? The height needs to be less so. Width is fine. Save. Now, I am in the correct global chat. Okay. What else is going to be horribly off? Oh, I'm so glad I logged in to POE1, by the way. Dude, like half of today is going to be like, why aren't these hotkeys working? Why does this look terrible? I'm gonna be figuring out what all my settings are for a while.
Lion, take care.
Fine.
Those are tied to the old PC. Yeah, there's a config.ini file that handles all of it. I could have saved it and like sent over all of my things, but that potentially could have caused just as much or more problems for all I know.
Stay sharp out there.
Do league reveal soon, please? It will be tomorrow or the next day. Like legitimately, actually, it'll be tomorrow. It said league reveal this week
God hasn't abandoned.
in the teaser yesterday.
Still alive, are we?
Yeah, did you not see that? Are there other people who didn't see that? So this one right here, this little thing that was just here, right? Great. Made all brightened so that you can hear it. expansion name reveal this week. Expansion name reveal this week. So it'll be like the teaser of the teaser. This will be and Navis, which means boat. Yeah. So it'll be the announcement of the announcement. We'll get the name, and then probably with the name it'll be like oh my god, why does my mouse just leave? No, lock my mouse. Hold up.
Just like my sisters.
It'll probably be with what is it, where they say here's the name and here's the live stream date and that sort of shit. Confine mouse to window. There we go. And 13 is the best guess for a start date. I think the 13th or the 20th will be the start date. One of those 2 weeks. I think it's a pretty equal chance to be both of them at this point. Just with how the timing's working out. Although POE2 getting a massive patch next week does lean me slightly more towards thinking the 20th for POE1. Oh my god. But I hope not. I mean, I need it to start tomorrow. Like... there we go. I was like, why is shit hiding?
To learn is to live.
I don't know what that is, but... Dun, dun. Season 7 changes on Hero Siege. No, never even looked at Hero Siege, to be honest. I've reached my maximum quota for pixel arted garbage. Can't put up with any more. You know, at 40 instead of 60. Cool change. Oh my god, my logout button doesn't work. Oh no, I don't have my macros. Oh no. Oh no. Wait a minute. Hold up. Oh no. Oh, that is unfortunate. So this is one of them, and this is the other one. Let me just get both of them immediately. Gotta look out like us peasants. Yeah, or just, you know, download the correct programs. Like, I do so right now. Okay. I'll deal with setting them up later. It's the worst.
Got a job for you.
No 3 links? Really? Really? Wait, no links of any kind? Shit, I mean, you'll have to do.
Stay sharp out there.
I didn't even pick up a wand. What am I doing? What are the plans? Mostly I'm just discovering all the shit that's wrong with my computer. Like the stuff I haven't set up properly. That's most of the plan right now. Settings in Path of Exile, my trade macros, like there's still something wrong right now, which I'm trying to work out what it is, but something doesn't look right.
I think this ray class will serve.
Like I gotta sort out all the setup for the new PC properly for both the game and the stream, make sure everything's working, and then also remember how to play the game because it's been so fucking long. Yo, why can't I drop a portal? Oh no, my portal button. What's the default? No, not that. Okay. Ugh. Hold on. That is not correct. Hold up. I was like, why can't I drop a portal? See that? I need like that. We've been stopped like 5 times in Act 1 from just like, why isn't that button working? Why isn't it doing the thing? Use portal scroll. Boom. There we go. Now don't press it to test because there's a portal where I need it to be. So. Dum dum bum bum.
I need more mana.
I think I need to look at the graphics settings. Something doesn't look correct. Let's have a look. I have no idea what no upscale even means, but sure. DirectX 12 should be fine. Desync adaptive is fine. I have no idea what triple buffering means. Look at that, 120. That's what I'm capped at. No idea what that means. Increase the resolution. Sure. I hate global illumination. I hate shadows anyway. Bloom, fuck you. Absolutely nobody wants Bloom. Eat an entire penis. If I could turn that to 0, I would. Okay, well, that's just stuck at full. That's fine. Dynamic culling. Enable that. Why would you not enable that? Yeah, if we go under 60. Okay, sure. Oh, that's better. I couldn't figure out what was wrong. It was Bloom. All I knew was it didn't look right. It was Bloom. Why do they want us to have Bloom? Well, when they first put on Bloom, literally everybody complained. Everybody complained. Everyone was like, this is horrendous. And in response, like 2 weeks later, they put in a Bloom slider so that we could turn the Bloom down to 25%. And only a few people complained. Everyone was like, okay, well, that's better, I guess. But like, they never let us turn it back off. They never let me turn it to 0. And Bloom is the fucking worst, and I don't want it. It's forced on me, and it didn't used to be there, and the game looked better before it happened. Just let me take my Bloom away. It's not good, and I don't want it. I guess somebody worked really, really hard on Bloom, and so now, because of their pride, presumably, we have to have Bloom because they worked too hard to not have everybody see it. I guess. I don't know. They also removed all the quality options lower than high. I want the RuneScape graphics again. They did. They did do that. Everything is too dark still. I thought I fixed this. I thought I like made my monitor look correct, but this is definitely way too dark. I actually like can't see. Does it look exceptionally dark on OBS to everybody else? Is it literally just my monitor looks incredibly dark? Like compared to how it normally looks, right? Like on your own computer. It's not even just this. Like my life is too dark. My manner is too dark. My UI is too dark. Everything looks not bright enough. Okay, so when I take a print screen of it and I look at it on a different monitor, it looks correct. So that looks correct up there, and it looks correct to you guys, then it has to just be my monitor. I'm viewing on my monitor. Yeah, okay. So then it has to be, so then it's not a setting of HDR on. I don't think my monitor even supports HDR. Playing on a TV? No, it's just a monitor. So it won't be like a setting or like a... I think these ones will not change how bright you see it. I think they'll only change it for me, I think. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring the brightness up to fucking down to 0% and see if you guys even notice. So it's at 50 now. I am sliding it all the way up to 100 and all the way down to 0. There's a huge difference on my screen. Can you see any difference at all? All the way down to 0. It's dark. All the way up. It's very bright. No change for you. Okay, that's a good thing then. That means I can mess with this one to make it look correct, and it doesn't fuck with stream because stream already looks correct. Right? That means I can fuck with these settings right here until it's correct. Until it matches the print screen that I put on a different screen. Because when I move it to any of my other 3 monitors, it looks correct, and it looks correct for you. So it is just this main monitor that settings are off a little bit. That's fine. Ooh, that's too much contrast. Let's pull that back. No, actually contrast can go back to normal. That's actually fine. Maybe the gamma goes up a little. Ooh, 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 that's correct. Oh, that's better. Oh, that's way too far. Back up, back it up, back it up. Jesus, how many monitors you got? You're running a command center there? Okay, so the main one I game on, right? So there's the main monitor I game on. Everybody's got that. There's the side monitor on this side that's vertical. And on it, I have this thing right here. And this is the only thing that's on this monitor. And it's all of the stream stats, quick actions I could need to take, predictions, chat, activity feed, like all of the like stream related stats that might need to be there. Like if I need to be able to type something or click something or see who followed or subbed or whatever, all those notifications and chat just there. Over here on this monitor on the other side, right? This monitor on the other side has, hold up, gonna make that a little wider real quick. There we go. All right, this monitor on the other side is running OBS, the actual, so that's where all of the technical stuff is, the scenes and volumes and all of that sort of stuff is over on that side. That takes up about 2/3 of that monitor. And then below that in the bottom third of that monitor is Discord. So that's 3. And then there's a 4th one up above it. That's my normal secondary monitor that any normal person who has 2 monitors would use it for. That's where my path of building will sit when I'm following my own build guide, or a web page will be open, or where I'm like watching Netflix on the side while playing video games or whatever. So there's 4 total, but realistically like 1.5 of them are exclusively dedicated to making content, being a streamer. I would probably still have 3 if I wasn't a streamer. I think 3 is like the perfect amount of monitors. But because I'm losing 1.5 monitors to being able to have everything for stream related, I run 4. That's fine, right? Sounds reasonable, I think. Three for utility and 1 for porn. Never, ever, ever watch porn on the computer that you live stream to the internet on. Did you use just 1800? The 3 side ones are all just 1800s. This one is 1440. Is that from experience? Yes, but not my experience. That's from other people's experience. I have seen other people make horrible mistakes, and I just don't do that. Okay, I think I've got the settings on this monitor correct now. God, that's a weird. Is that one too bright? This web has headphones with 2 separate device inputs. I mean, I'm just saying, like, people have made some pretty bad mistakes. This room, I don't even walk into this room without putting clothes on first. This room is for content, and anybody who walks into this room, including me, should be at all times prepared for anything that happens in this room to be on the internet forever. That is a permanent. If you walk into this room, you should assume that you are being streamed to the internet.
Still alive, are we? Farewell.
Hello.
No clothes on would be good content. Yeah, I don't think it would though.
While we live.
Like, you say that, but like,
Still alive.
the problem is it's content you only get to make once. Because then it's gone.
Stay sharp.
It's done. What the fuck? Where did this all come from? Oh no. Didn't realize that. Alright, we'll just deal with it from just our inventory. Doesn't matter, I'm playing with settings now anyway, that's the main thing. So you barely need to wear clothes, it seems. Listen, I've already walked across the front of the camera while live streaming with my dick out once. I never need to do that again for the rest of my career. Alright? It happened very, 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 very early in my streaming career, before I was large enough to have anybody watching. So I like ended stream, didn't have an end screen at all, thought I ended it, then off camera my partner and I were engaged in activities for, I don't know, like 90 minutes or so. And then afterwards, I went out to have a cigarette. And I just like wandered in front of where the camera is and just fucking swinging in the breeze. Post coitus, just fucking whoop, 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 right in front of the camera. And while I was out there, my partner called me because she was still in bed, and she was like, I can't get up. I'm stuck in the corner of this room. Before I went to get out of bed, I opened up my phone and it still had your stream up. And then I just watched you walk past it naked. And I was like, oh my God. And so she didn't end up on camera, thankfully. But I did. So I had to come back in, turn it off, delete the VOD. But no one saw it because I was like, just not a real content creator at the time. There was 0 viewers. I deleted it. And then ever since then, I've never ever risked anything again. That was the day I got an end screen. So like I've got this button now. It didn't look this good. This is obviously a branded one, but that was when I got an end scene, so that even if I forget to press end, nobody sees anything. Because there's like a scene now, right? So like all the cameras are off and everything. But yeah, that's a thing that happened, and it will never happen again.
Goodbye.
Just go away. In 90 minutes, I need to take lessons from Baylor. It's called foreplay. Just in case that's the lesson you needed. When is the next league? We don't have confirmation yet, but best guess is either the 13th or 20th of next month. Are we preparing for next league? Yes, but most of today is just about me trying to figure out where all of the things I've forgotten is and set all my settings up correctly and shit like that. Like I've been stopped like 6 times in Act 1 just by like, why doesn't this button work? Why doesn't that button work? Why does my screen look like shit? Why is this setting bad? How come screen shake's still on? Because this is a brand new computer and just the first time I've logged into Path of Exile 1. So there's just a lot of, well, that's not right. That doesn't look correct. And I need to solve all of those issues so that I can play again.
rather burn than call such a place home.
Imagine starting a new league like that. Yeah, imagine I didn't do any of that prep work and like or any of this, and like the first day in, you load up Path of Exile for the first time with a brand new computer, and then all those problems exist. You're like, oh no. It'd be the worst league start ever. We're like, none of the buttons work, nothing works, nothing does anything. What the fuck is going on? Bloom is set to 100% by default. Like ew.
I need more mana.
I already got nearly killed once because I was like in front of mobs and opened up my passive tree to apply a point, and then nothing paused. I just gotta get used to that too.
Oops, clumsy move.
Okay, there's something still wrong. I feel the need to close off my minimap to be able to see what's going on. So I don't have those settings the way I like them then. I should never ever have to close the minimap. Should be on forever. So where are the minimap settings? Down the game. Listen, bud, can you fuck off? I'm trying to look at things. Is there another one of you? Jesus Christ, they're everywhere. There. Not in the game? UI? Aha. I want to barely be able to see the landscape. A little more transparency on this too. The trick to me feels like it should be that it's transparent enough that I can just see through it and ignore the map existing. Or if I like focus back my eyes, then look at it. Right? I don't know if that makes sense. Oops. It'd be really cool. ED Contagion working again. I would not hate it if ED Contagion was to become a build again. But Baylor never stopped being a build. No, it did though. It became very garbage. Main Essence Drain. Essence Drain Contagion. Hi, Coffee. Wintertide brand still good. I'm not sure that it was ever good. There was a time when you could sling it for free that made it worth using, but from POE2, I just needed a reminder. Well, it's quite a different ability in POE1. Well, Essence Drain isn't. Contagion is. Instead of being locked onto one mob, like it is in POE2, Contagion is an area of effect skill that just hits everything in an area. Roughly the equivalent to what a POE2 curse area is, except instantly. So you have to be less accurate with the Contagion, and as long as Essence Drain hits something in that region, then it works. Mechanically, Strength previously deleted, not nerfing Lightning Strike and Power Siphon and such. While I do want I do want Lightning Strike and Power Siphon to get nerfed. I want them to get nerfed next league, the league after. I don't think there should be any nerfs in this league at all. Just a bunch of buffs to other shit. I do think Power Siphon and Lightning Strike have had their time and they need to go, but it would be a mistake to do it this time. First patch back, don't nerf the two things everybody's been using. Buff a whole bunch of other shit to be good again, and then next league, fuck off the two that have been like king for the last year and a half, right? Yeah, give me back Spark, give me back Stormbrand, give me back Essence Drain Contagion, give me back Explosive Arrows, give me back Winter Orb, give me back like that sort of shit. Yeah, give me back Spell Slingers, give me back, yeah, all that sort of stuff. Give me back those things this league, and then next league nerf the Lightning Strike and the Power Siphon and give me back Dark Marionettes. That'd be cool.
My creation, Groot, would not have fallen so easily.
If you remember last stuff, you went have to nerf them. We never asked to play Power Summon Lightning Strike, it's just what they left us. It's true. And here's the added bonus, and it's a big bonus in my mind. If you bring back all of those things together at the same time, then you probably won't have a huge problem of every single person playing the exact same thing. Because you'll be like, okay, but here's like 8 previously cool meta skills that people wanted to play, and they're all ready again? Okay. Plus we've got the things we're super comfortable with from recently. If you're still into that, you can do that again. And so now you're like, okay, so now instead of 2, there's like 10 good options. And you're like, well, okay. Until the top creators all play the same things and the player base will just copy them. Okay, that's gonna happen regardless though. We can't like people are just gonna copy what they see regardless. But if you gave back all of those things, you would not see everybody playing the same one, right? Like if you bring back all of those things, let's have a think about it for a minute. Peter, the guy from YouTube, like name like, give me like 4. Give me like 4 big content creators. Just name 4 content creators. Just go. I'll tell you what they'll play if you bring all the meta stuff back. All the previously good mechanical skills. We'll see the first 4 that come up. We're going. All right, I see where we're going. So we've got Mathel, Ziz, Ziggy. Okay, so Mathel doesn't play meta even now. What he league starts might as well be the roll of a dice. He just plays whatever the fuck he wants. That's always been the case. He'll do it again. So that's like off the bat. Right? Also Ziggy has pretty wide variety of things that he plays also, right? If they bring back every single thing that was meta, Ziz is going to start ED Contagion. Pox is going to do Righteous Fire regardless of whether it's meta or not, or what they do to it. Pox is just always going to be Righteous Fire. Palsteron, if they brought back absolutely everything, what would Palsteron be playing? Maybe some sort of Ignite Prolif? Maybe some sort of Ignite Prolif? Or maybe Siege Ballistas. Yeah, maybe Siege Ballistas. Who else? Connor, 1 mana left. He's gonna be playing some sort of mana stacking build for sure. It's an Archmage build. It's just that's gonna be it. What about Gazi? Doesn't matter what is meta or isn't meta. Gazi's gonna play minions. But you see the point, right? Like if you think about all the things that used to be good meta that all got like nerfed into the ground, if you brought all the majority of them back, you're not going to see every content creator playing the same thing. We've all got different favorites. What ends up happening, the reason that you see every content creator, you know, a large majority of them playing the same things, is because there's very little options left in the degenerate, I'm gonna play for fucking 600 hours a month. How can I do all of this content and be at the forefront? They don't leave us with options. There used to be options. And there's still tons of options if you want to play like casually and slower, and you're going to be, you know, it's going to take you 2 or 3 days to get to maps and you're not worried about being at the front of the pack. There's still tons of options there. But if you're trying to be a front runner, the reason all the streamers are playing the same build is because there isn't any other options left for us. Because they keep getting rid of them, and then we're left with whatever's left, right? Whereas if you took this league that's coming up as an opportunity to bring back a whole bunch of things that were meta from the past all at once, you would end up seeing a wide variety of very strong builds played by all the different content creators who would all be pushing different builds, and then all the players who follow content creators would be like, yo, look at how many fucking options I have to play, right? Like, bring back old Winter Orb, I'll have 3 characters leveled to 100 as Winter Orb. Diggs will be like, okay, league starting. I'm an elementalist for the best coverage and blasting, and he'll hit 100 on that in like 5 days, and then it'll be like, okay, I'm gonna make an occultist now, and it'll be like, okay, that worked really well. I'm 100 now, but I'm rich, so I'm going Scion. And then I need to make an even stronger version. Totally a good point, but what about Tuna, Fubgun, and Jung? The zooming map is probably the most people copy. What would they play 3 different builds, or would they play the same builds? Fubgun, if they brought back every meta build all in existence, I'm pretty sure Fubgun ends up playing Tornado Shot. I think Tuna ends up probably also playing Tornado Shot. No, Tuna might end up playing Spark, actually. I think Fub would end up on Tornado Shot, Tuna would end up on Spark. What do we reckon Jung would end up playing? It'd be Broken. Yeah, I think Jung would end up on some cock build for sure. Jung loves cock when it's good enough to play. So yes, I think all 3 of them would end up potentially on different builds. Firstborn have carrying golems be strong again. I loved carrying golems. I'd love to try that again. Like, I'm sure there would also be new skills or whatever, right? But if you just like unnerf everything all at once, you end up with a huge variety of skills. And I would much prefer that for the first league back in POE 1. It would be a lot more interesting. So somebody keeps saying, a few people actually have said aura stackers. That's one of the things I don't think should come back. At least not any more than it already does. I think like aura stacking, at least in its like most meta form, was so much stronger than every other build ever has been, that no matter what happens, every aura stacker is the same, and it becomes the prevalent #1 build no matter what. I don't think that like aura stacking can just come back. Now, I say that as somebody who very much enjoyed aura stacking, by the way. Like, it's probably the most expensive character I ever had in Harvest League. I leveled to 100 doing 100% Delirious Fractured mapping, and then it was like, well, it's silly to play a level 100 character, so I made another Scion. I made a second Scion to play the same thing again, so that I could keep leveling, and just continued to play Spark Aura Stacker, but leveling a new character. Oh, nice. Yeah, the carrying golem build. The carrying golems was great. That was a lot of fun. I loved that. I played like an extreme budget version of it and it was still the most broken build. Yeah. Yeah. Aura Stackers, like the true meta Aura Stacker, was in a category of its own. It was in its own category of more broken than anything else has ever been and just too far in front of everything else to even risk bringing it back. But that just rules that one out. It doesn't mean that the whole idea is bad. It just means that one build is not one of the ones you bring back, right? But that's fine. There's still the point isn't like, it doesn't have to be 100% of them, right? It doesn't have to be every single broken thing that ever existed all brought back again. The point is, in the new league, if we just had, instead of nerfing the 2 meta builds that exist right now, we brought back a slew of other meta builds and just put them back on par so that they were playable again, we would see more build diversity than ever before. Everybody would be happy. It would be great. Talking more about skills whose mechanics would change to make them D-tiered, not like a whole character iteration. Yeah. So like Spark became shit because it doesn't have enough duration or projectile speed anymore. It's not about damage, it just doesn't have it requires way too much. So it's very easy to put Spark back in the meta again, but just giving it a bit more duration and projectile speed. ED Contagion was nerfed because the contagion area dropped and essence drain damage dropped to a point where it wasn't really playable anymore. Well, that's an easy fix. We can fix that. We can bring that back. Winter Orb was nerfed because the AoE overlaps were nerfed in area, and most importantly, the duration of Winter Orb and how quick it drops stacks got heavily gutted. Well, it's real easy to bring that back. You just go, oh, here's some of that duration, and then ta-da, we're good. Spellslinger was nerfed because of how much mana it costs. Its mana cost was horrendously increased. That's real easy to bring that back. You just go, oh, well, instead of 25, it's now 15 again. Enjoy. And then off we go. Suddenly we got Spellslinger builds again, right? Like, there's so many things that are like real easy to just be like, well, we just did this thing. We just did this thing and it killed the skill. So if we undo this thing, we unkill the skill, and that's it. Add Sunder's AoE back. Insta-fix. Yep. I would love for them to rebug the Syndicate operatives, just saying. Nah, because if they do that, you just get Syndicate operatives back. You know what would make Spectres way easier / better? Just give them their old fucking levels back. They used to be level 84 and now they're level 72. They're 12 levels too low. We don't need the bug of Syndicate operatives back. We need its 12 extra fucking levels so that you can play a bunch of Spectres again. Like, I just enjoyed operatives so much. Well, that's the thing. Comparatively to other Spectres, Syndicate operatives are still pretty good. Even without their overlapping shotgun bug, they're still pretty good comparative to other Spectres. The problem is all Spectres are trash, and all Spectres are trash because 1, they don't do enough damage, and 2, they die too easily. they don't do enough damage because they're 12 levels too low, and they don't have enough life because they're 12 levels too low. Like, it's the same answer for both of them. They're 12 levels too low. Like, they have nearly, when you give them 12 extra levels just from gem levels, they get triple the health, and suddenly they don't die very much anymore, and then they get about 100% more damage than they've currently got off those 12 levels. I think it's closer to 110 anyway. You get about triple the health and a little tiny bit over double the damage. And now you don't need to fix Syndicate operatives, because now you can pick Syndicate operatives, you can pick Redemption Sentries, you can pick those little flame dudes, you can pick the frosty dudes that wear skirts that I don't remember the name of. You can, like, there's so many. Just like they made that change and you tried to play Spectres in your next 6, and you're like, these things have 90% less life? Yeah. Yeah, it was fucked. The buff zombies and I'm happy. Yeah, like, it's zombies would be easy to bring in line to make them usable. Again, you have to double or triple their health because they just die. They're inappropriately squishy. I like do that, add them a little bit of movement speed, and give them their AoE slam back. Instead of having them be separate gems, one that has a slam and one that does a decent auto, they need to do both. They need to have a decent auto and also have their slam. They can just, that's just how it is. They need both of those, and their damage increased and their life increased. But like, it's really not hard. Like, it's really not hard to bring so many of these things back in line to where they're supposed to be. Or not supposed to. Maybe supposed to is the wrong word. But like, it would be really easy to bring them all back in line to make them meta again. Because, so here's the thing, and I'm gonna single out Diggs again because he's the most degenerate in this chat. And I don't mean that as an insult, I just mean he plays at the top end more than anybody else here. But when there were options, Diggs didn't always play the absolute #1 build available. He didn't used to. He does now, but he didn't used to always play the absolute #1 best build available. Because it used to be there were 5 or 6 options that were good enough to comfortably do every single bit of endgame full juiced content, and he would just pick his favorite of those 4 or 5 and min-max the absolute fuck out of it. It might have been the 3rd build in the list. There's 2 technically better, but he doesn't like them as much, and these ones are still strong enough to do everything, so he'll min-max that one. Now, right now in POE 1, it's more like, here's one. Here's your only option if you want to do the maximum min-max absolute degenerate bullshit. Here's the only path we left you. And so he's like, all right, well, I guess that's my path then. Right? And like, so that, but that's also how you end up getting things like, you go over to Tuna's stream and it's the same build, and then you go to Fubgun's stream and it's the same build, and then you go to Jung's stream and it's the same build, and then you go to someone else's stream and I'm running out of people off the top of my head, but you know, there'll be 10 more and you're like, it's the same build, it's the same build, it's the same build. It's not because they all want to play the same build, it's because they don't have many options left to be at that top level. They're just, here's the path and we all have to follow the path. Right? If you step it down and you don't want to do the absolute top tier full juice tier 17 and you step it down a bit, now you've got options again, right? There's plenty of options. That's where Holy Relic sits, right? And I'm below that. I can't do the absolute degenerate stuff. But if you're going to drop back, great. There's now options again. But if you want to be the degenerate out in front, You gotta play the only build that works. But it would be so easy to fix. It would be so easy to fix.
Yes? Goodbye.
Still.
Right. We'll be back in just a moment. Mr. League. What do you think about POE2 having mixed reviews on stream? On Steam. I don't really think about Steam reviews at all.
When I'm ready, but not before. Fate smiles with sharp teeth.
I mean, I don't know what happened with the list of patch notes this time. I don't know if, like, is Jonathan on holidays or something? Like, that list of notes is... It doesn't make sense. It looks like a list of good notes that we'd actually want, and that's not what we've been getting. I don't know if, like, Jonathan's on holidays and people are like, okay, quick, while he's gone. I don't know what's going on, man. But fuck, it looks good. Look, I don't know. All I know is that list of patches for next week actually looks fucking fantastic. And
Sirens appear to be dining well.
I wouldn't pretend to know what's happening at the office, but all I can tell you is whatever list of processes we went through that led to this list of changes for this patch that's coming next week, whatever happened to lead to that, can we do that more, please? Can that be the set of processes or whatever happens that leads to how we continue from now on? Because if we keep getting patches that look like that post from today, it will not be long before POE2 is a super fun, super enjoyable game to play. If we keep going in that direction, we're going to have a good time. So can we please do that? As far as what patch happened, there was a post this morning about an hour before I started stream. That's a list of things we're doing that's going to be in a patch next week for POE2. And it is the most promising patch we've seen so far. It really does head everything in the correct direction. It is easy to read through it and get frustrated that any of these changes took this long. But I'm going to try and choose to not look at it that way and instead say, yay, good changes.
When I'm ready and not before.
But better late than never. It's a whole bunch of end game changes. They made Expedition better, Breach better, Delirium better, Ritual better. They're making maps more diverse instead of the same, like, apparently the Grotto map was like 1/3 of all maps generated, and they're like fixing that. And then like they're flipping the tiers so that, you know, tier 1 is the best, you know, like it fucking should be. See, nah, Miss Kim, because if we just go based on numbers, Path of Exile 2 is right now more successful than Path of Exile 1 has ever been. If you don't care about like the integrity of the game or whether your long-term fans like it or not, POE2 is greatly successful and doesn't need any changes at all. It's got more players and it's making more money than POE1 ever did. If it were something like that, where like, oh, Tencent came in and swung their dick around, the swinging of their dick around would be continue doing exactly what you're doing because it's gone really well for us. So like that clearly is not what's happening. If it was just about a money thing, they're doing very, 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 very well financially because of POE2. If it was just a money thing, they don't have to worry about any of this shit. They do not have to make these changes for us. I mean, I just started listing endgame things. I don't think Delirium was on that list. You can see the whole list though. It's good. It's good shit. It's not everything fixed. It's just a very good list, right? Resets. The game which is kind of how they make money, except that they are like the numbers just don't support that. Like they are though. Like people came back to POE2 and we haven't had a POE1 reset. So
When I'm ready and not before.
like there's no question about it. Like grinding gear games is currently making more money than they ever have. Like POE is hugely successful right now. They do not need to be desperate trying to. There's no like, oh, we're desperate trying to cling on to people and make them come back. Nope, they're doing great. They're doing great. Yeah, just like straight number wise, absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And they're choosing to release classes in POE2 holding support gems today. What support gems do you know of that are clearly ready? I just legitimate curious question. Like what do you know of that's like clearly ready that didn't get released? Because I know of nothing. And I feel like I'm paying a lot of attention and I know of nothing. So I'm just wondering where that came from. That's not like, I'm not like trying to have a go or anything. I'm just like where did that come from? Like, I don't understand. That's all. I don't know where that thought came from. That's the missing support gems and recommended. They're literally not ready yet. Otherwise they'd be here.
God hasn't abandoned.
Like that's
Welcome.
they're not ready. I'm asking where you get the idea that there is stuff ready that they're intentionally waiting on before giving them to us. That's the... I ask about that specifically because they have made a habit in the past over a long period of time. They have regularly released things when they were ready, despite the fact that it would be better financially to not. They have consistently released shit to us when it would be financially better to just like hold on to it to make a bigger release later on, but they've given us stuff anyway because it's better for the game to give it to us now because it's ready instead of wait 3 more months for when it would be like better for the announcement and better for marketing and stuff like that. Like literally the patch that's coming out next week, actually. Like that. Like that's a great list of changes. But like from a marketing perspective, you shouldn't touch that. Like that's a great list of changes that you could put in the next big patch and make it so that it's even more excited reason to come back. But instead they're like, well, no, we'll put them in now, right? Because now would be better. And they've consistently done that for like 11 years. So like, I'm wondering where we get the idea that there's a bunch of stuff ready that they haven't given us yet when that's not ever been their MO. Like that's not something that they generally do. In fact, from like a business standpoint, they generally release stuff when it would be better to hold on to it. But it would be better for the game to release it now. And they consistently make the choice that that would be better for the game rather than better for them making money. I've been pretty heavily critical of a lot of POE2 stuff. You've seen how little I've played POE2 this league because it's in a bad place and doesn't deserve my time. There are things that I will be critical of. I just think it's important to like separate the things that I view they've actually done wrong and then just like made up anger. And that one feels a lot like made up anger. Like that's not real. Those aren't real problems or real concerns to have. I think that's an important distinction to keep. And I've fallen for it myself too. There's not a go at you specifically either. Like I've fallen for it myself too. I've gone on little rants about how fucking angry I am at bullshit. And then later on been like, that's not fair. That's not fair. That's not things they actually do. Why am I, right?
When I'm ready, I'm not.
So very importantly, when you're looking at that chart, Demon, is that does not include the standalone, which I think is fine for POE2. I'm also guessing at this part, but I think that the standalone population for POE2 will be significantly smaller than the POE1, right? Because most people are going to be grabbing that through Steam, so it's okay. But the console for POE2 is going to be quite large, and that is not even going to be on the Steam chart at all. Oh yeah, and don't forget people playing on the Epic client launcher as well, which will be some people, certainly not as high as Steam, but there will be people there. I don't think it's 90. Last time we got told it was somewhere around 50% of all players were playing standalone on POE1. Last time we were told. But I don't think it'll be anywhere near 50 for POE2 because it has a much larger, like, casual fan base. And those people aren't downloading the standalone client, and then on top of that, the console is way more popular in POE2 than it is in POE1.
I thought you were a fool for seeking.
It's around the same. I would be very shocked if it was around the same. I'd be quite surprised.
Be well.
Let's just when they're gonna actually campaign to test those changes. I hope we see some pretty decent campaign changes. Mostly in the form of just like making it take less time. I hope that comes around with like 0.3 or whatever. Like it's an insane amount of time to do the campaign in POE2.
Damn, farewell.
Like it's the time it takes currently to finish Act 3 the first time feels like I should be done with the entire campaign. Like if it was just Act 1 to 3 once and then you were in maps, that actually feels like a good amount of time. But then you literally have to do it all a second time and you're like, wow, this is just... It comes like leveling with the campaign a lot. I mean, that's because they're the same thing. What do you mean conflate those two? Are they not? How would you differentiate them? Morning, how's the new computer? The new computer is fantastic. However, I'm getting stopped every like 15 minutes for, oh shit, this button doesn't work, or this doesn't look right, or my transparency's wrong, or like, I'm just constantly finding a new setting that I had previously tweaked that doesn't look right because I didn't save any of my settings, which was intentional because I wanted it to be fresh. But I'm really happy that I'm playing it today because there's like just a lot of shit wrong. Okay, so here's the thing. This charming Mothman. Given that the average player apparently never reaches maps. So, and that was said as part of an explanation as to why, basically I'm paraphrasing a little, but as to why like statistics when misinterpreted are often more dangerous than they are helpful. And like the average player doesn't finish maps in POE1, but a large portion of why that exists is because it's a free-to-play game that you can download for free with no investment whatsoever, and a whole bunch of people are going to download, play it for an hour, half an hour, 20 minutes, 2 hours, whatever, and then never launch it again. And a large portion of them would be people that no matter how good the game was, they were never really into ARPGs. They just downloaded it because it was free and tried it out. So the statistic of an average player never reaches maps isn't even a relevant statistic. It was given as an example of how having statistics can be misinterpreted and cause more harm than help. But now people still reference that statistic as something relevant, which is very frustrating because that was the entire point of them telling you that. The entire point of them telling you that is that, see, this shows you how we can easily get misinterpret statistics, and then people are like, well, the average player doesn't even reach it to maps, so the campaign's shit. No. So when I talk, and when we talk here in this channel about what the average player is, I've decided on my own metric. You're welcome to call it elitism if you want. Some people have. I've called it, whenever we talk about the average player, we're talking about the average player that matters. And to me, the average player that matters is somebody who gets to, in POE1 terms, gets to tier 16 maps every league they play. They don't have to play every league, but if you do play, you get to tier 16 maps. I'm not talking about a time frame. It could take you a week or two to get there. I'm not even talking about 4 watchstones. I'm not talking about juicing endgame content.
Yes.
Right? I'm just talking about if you get to tier 16 maps, then you count as the average player that matters to me.
Yes. While we live, we are blessed.
I would think in POE2, I would say rather than getting to tier 15 maps, maybe we say if you play and you get to your first red map, just you put your first tier 11 map in the map device in POE2. I'm going to call that the average player that matters. If you beat the campaign, it's a marathon. That's a separate thing though. don't know, maybe the first red map is a little too far for POE2. That is significantly harder. In fact, I think the first red map in POE2 is probably harder than hitting tier 16s on POE1. So maybe that needs to be like a little lower. But I haven't done any of the endgame bosses. So I don't think you need to be doing endgame bosses to be like the average player, right? Like we're talking about like, so it's like the lower end of people who it matters to like build around and do balance changes for and shit like that, right? The 60% of players who never kill Merveil, we're not making balance changes for those people, and we shouldn't be. Right? Like that's not a problem, right? Like that's those, you can just call them, there were losses no matter what at that point. And maybe there's an argument that like, oh, if so many people quit at exactly that mark, then maybe there is something wrong. But then that wouldn't be the average player, that would be the onboarding experience that we'd be looking at, right? That wouldn't be, oh, the average player can't do that. That would be the onboarding experience to this game isn't good. Those people are still not the average player though. So there's, and so herein lies the difference. So POE1's been around longer, so it's easier to make these comparisons in POE1 than it is in POE2 because it's been around longer. But this is where you can bring up like average player problems, right? Let's say we stick with the average player that matters for POE1. Whenever you do play a league, when you show up and you decide to play a league, you do get to tier 16 maps at least. Right? Now, if you launch a new POE1 league, you have a massive expansion, you launch it, and of that group of average players that typically make it to tier 16s, 50% of those quit during the campaign this league. Previously didn't. They're average players that made it to tier 16 maps regularly, and you've made a bunch of campaign changes and half of your average players quit during the campaign. Those are players that matter. Those are your average players that do matter, that normally make it to endgame, and something's gone horribly wrong that needs to be addressed, right? You go, oh fuck, our average casual players are fucking off in droves. They're not even making it to maps. Something's horrible, right? But I mean, even like I understand all of this, and it's still very easy for me to get like sucked into the wrong assumptions when you look at statistics like that. It's so like getting the right statistics, the right stats to look at problems isn't even half the battle. It's a quarter at most. Interpreting that data correctly is at least 75% of the problem. At least 75% of the problem is learning to interpret that data correctly, right? Rather than just, oh, I've got the data. Well, okay, but what does it actually really mean? What does it actually really mean though? Is way harder than people think. Way harder than people think. She's gonna another go. Should I wait in your opinion? So the campaign was improved significantly, although not enough, but significantly just recently. And the endgame patch that's coming at the end of next week probably looks really, really good. So if you're interested in giving it just like a week or two of your time before POE1 comes out, just so that you've got some more experience in this patch, I would wait until that patch that's next week. And then give it a shot then. Expect to play it for a week or two while you wait for the POE1 league to come around, and then come back in 3.0. If you're not really super excited and you're just wondering whether or not, you could skip the rest of this league too and it would be fine. You could, I would suggest try and get in 3.0, really. Oh, 0.3, not 3.0, sorry, 0.3, like when the next patch hits. In my opinion, this current patch, 0.2, is a worse game than on release. I am not happy with it. Since 0.2 launched, there have been quite a few patches that I really, really like. The direction they've headed since the 0.2 launch has been good, but 0.2 was a massive step backwards. The game got significantly worse heading into 0.2 than it was at launch. So from my point of view, I think I'm okay with people just not even bothering to play this one, even though it has been improving during this patch. The patches they've brought out have been good and have been moving us back in the correct direction. I'm perfectly happy to just tell people, nah, just try it next time. Come back in 0.3. And I think that we'll be in a much better spot, especially if we keep heading in the direction we've been heading the last few weeks and whatnot. I should mention that it hurts me to say that, by the way. I don't like telling people that the 0.2 launch was a worse game than it was on actual launch of like 0.1's beta. But it's how it is. Like it's worse though. Like it's worse. It was worse to level. There was worse skill diversity. The end game was worse. Just everything about it was worse.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Oh. First dragon.
Your trouble.
Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Something else. It's more like, it's less campaign practice and more like, hey, find out all the things that are wrong and not set up correctly on this new computer. Like all my in-game settings and hotkeys and I didn't have my POE2 my POE macros, and I hadn't installed Path of Building and shit like that. How's the new PC feeling so far? Fucking fantastic.
Still alive.
It's so good.
Farewell.
Plugins and apps. I downloaded them. I didn't install them. I will, but I haven't yet. To rescue your Path of Building data bank. Yep, I saved all of those. I have all my builds back.
The air stinks of thaumaturgy. Could learn a thing or two here.
Level character. Yeah. Usually put like a portal on or something. There you go.
When I'm ready, and not before.
I kind of forgot that there could be microtransactions. I've been playing way too much POE2. There are just like no MTX. None of my MTXs are available. Kind of forgot that it was a thing. Dum, dum. Morning, back to POE. I kind of have to be, but also we're getting pretty close to like getting information and getting launch and needing practice and whatnot. Today is just me figuring out all the problems with my system because I haven't played POE yet, so all my settings are wrong and I don't have like macros and all my hotkeys are wrong and all of that shit. So today's sort that out. Tomorrow we're gonna have to start actually doing practice runs. But also we've been averaging like, I don't know, 40 to 60 viewers every day for the last like few weeks while we played variety. It was very fun to play variety. I enjoyed it a lot, but we also did drop our total sub count to 230 and it needs to be sitting around 500. So it's less than half what I need. So it was time to come back to POE. Really, it's just time for a new POE league to actually launch, because that's kind of how we live, is via launches. That's why we're seeing POE streamers like end their careers and go back to work, because it's been real rough the last year or so, man. It's been rough. I'm not one of them. I'm not quitting. But I get it. I get how rough it is.
travel far.
You're raising the touching grass stocks. Yeah.
You and me. The road.
Twitch being a dick about primes?
Journey. I am Nina, the White.
No, not to my knowledge.
You are dream tender.
It should go through. You may have to like refresh maybe.
I have.
Less than 24 hours to the name reveal? How could you know that? Oh. Yeah, because it's Thursday today and it said name reveal this week. So Friday is the last day. Yep, fair. Fair. Sometime in the next 24 hours. Right you are. I know when exactly. Oh, I can guess when exactly. I think it'll be between, I think it'll be around 8 or 9 a.m. my time, making it around 10 a.m. or to 11 a.m. in Auckland. I already leaked that it'll be this week. I mean, I assume you have permission to put that in the image. That was really good though. I liked that in the image thing. I liked that in the image thing. That was very cool. It felt very blueprints of you. That felt very blueprints. Oh, I should always just dip up a little tiny bit. This goes. No. What?
I caught some. You missed a valuable lesson, sister. Never let the power go to your head. When I'm ready, and not before.
Huh? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Huh? Really, is there a reason using it? There's no reason I'm using it. I'm just trying to play POE1. I'm using it because Stormbrand... Look, we were talking earlier about how easy it would be to bring back like 15 or 20 old meta builds and make them all relevant and good again. And one of the builds that I missed from the past was Stormbrand. It made me want to play Stormbrand again, so I'm just playing it for the sake of it. It's really easy when you're the guy who posts it. Yeah. It does help. When it's literally on your work docket for tomorrow at X AM, please post this. It becomes real easy to know when that post is gonna happen. And recall and left click was nice. So I've been thinking about more how fucking easy it would be to bring back like 20 different skills into meta. Like Stormbrand is just that brand recall button where it used to refresh the duration to full. So you don't even have to give that back. You give back half of that. So you'll still have to cast. Right? You'll still have to cast, but brand recall extends the duration at least a bit. And then ta-da! It's back in the meta. Spark lost like half its projectiles and half of its duration and its projectile speed. Give it back its duration and speed, keep the projectiles lower. Boom. Ta-da! Spark's now meta again. ED Contagion lost 30% of its damage, but more importantly, 50% of the contagion area. Give me back all the contagion area again. Ta-da! ED Contagion's played. It's that easy. And you can just do that for like every meta skill that's existed. Like it's that easy. We can do that. Whether they want to do that or not is an entirely different question, but we can do it easily.
Clatter.
Yeah, you can just numlock everything they took away from left click. Everything they took away from left click, you can just numlock trick them all. Nothing changed. Like literally everything. For anyone who doesn't know the numlock trick, it's incredibly simple. And it's nothing to do with the POE client, and it's not illegal, and it's nothing. So here's the deal. Let me show you. Let's say my auto attack is on 9 right now. Okay. Need to make it numlock 9, don't I? Okay, hold on. So let's change an input. So you can do this on this bar as well, so it doesn't even have to be at the top. But let me just change something. Where is... Here it is. We'll make it numlock 5. There we go. Numpad 5 is now my auto attack, right? So when I press numpad 5, it does that, right? Oh, why is that not working anymore? Is this my new keyboard? Or did they fix this? There's no way, right? Oh, wait, I have that snap tap bullshit on. Hang on. You have to turn off that snap tap thing where it stops the keys from working. That's a problem. I forgot about that. You can't do it with that little fucking snap tap keyboard thing on. But basically, as long as you've got it hotkeyed to a numpad, right? You press and hold it down, and then while holding it down, you take off the numpad button, and it will just keep spamming the key. It'll just hold it down as if you've held it down, because you haven't sent the command to release numpad 5. You've just turned off numlock on your keyboard. So it's as if you're holding it down still. It's not against any rules. It's fine if you have the like keyboard functioning for like it's like this snap tap thing where you can like really quickly move things. It breaks it, but most keyboards don't even have that. And if you don't know what it is, what that is, don't worry about it because you probably don't have it. That does break it though. So if it's not working, it's because of that and you have to turn it off on your keyboard. But you can literally do all of the things that used to be on left click. You can do every single one of them with just the numlock trick again. They didn't do anything by taking away left click. They just made it so that if you want to use them, you have to numlock trick every zone. It's just an inconvenience and an annoyance. It didn't actually do anything. The bad part, and it's a very bad part, is that you have to redo it every fucking zone. It's really annoying. And the bit I could not suggest that you do, because it would be against terms and services. What you can't do is set up an auto hotkey script so that you can press one button and it'll do hold down numpad 5, turn off numlock. So that you could just like tap it every zone. You can't do that because that would be against the rules. You have to do that manually yourself. Banned for macroing next league. I would never do any of those macros. I live stream all my gameplay and a whole buttload of people fucking hate me. There's no way I can break terms of services even once. Are you kidding? Do you know how many people fucking hate me? Why would people hate me? Because I'm an asshole. What kind of a question is that?
Despots like you, Oak.
What? No, you're not. I mean, I can be a dick. Nah, I can definitely be a dick.
When I'm ready and not before.
I think they're mostly kind. I've always been kind. I've never been nice. Those are two very different things. explain the difference?
There you I am sure.
What's the best way to explain the difference? You would give somebody the shirt off your back, but you would tell them that shirt looks shit when they wear it. Yeah, that looks way better on me. I mean, yeah. A politician? No. No.
Life is too precious to waste on you.
I don't know. I don't really know a better way to explain the difference other than what Miss Kim said. Like,
When I'm ready and not.
that suburban neighbor who smiles at you and says nice things, but then calls the HOA on you behind your back and is nice but not kind. Correct. Yes. Not sure about you and causes you, but then will help you shovel your little snow or change a flat tire. Is kind but not nice. That's a perfect explanation. Thank you. What is an HOA? Yeah, I mean, it's a homeowners association. It's basically a group of like suburban Karens who decide what you're allowed to fucking color you're allowed to paint your house and what kind of potted plant you're allowed to have out the front and whether or not the flag you have in your window is appropriate and whatever else they feel like they can get their grubby little hands into. I don't think I've ever seen or heard of one in real life. I wonder if it's an exclusively American thing, or if it's just not done here, or if I've just never been around it. Body Corporate is the Australia version. Yeah, no though. It's not though, because like my unit has Body Corporate, but that is something that's used to maintain the building because it's a building that has all the apartments in it. And if the elevator goes in the building, it still has to be replaced, but it's not in anyone's apartment, so who pays for it? And the answer is everybody pays for it, because that's what that's for. But you know, I can still put whatever things I want on my door or hanging out my window or anything like that. Like they don't have any control or ability to be like, you can't do that. Like they don't. There's nothing there for that. They just take a fee and then use that to fix the roof of the apartment or the elevator or the car park or like whatever needs fixing, right? Like that's all that is. Which is like somewhat mandatory, right? Like somebody needs to fix the carport. When the roof starts to have problems to the entire unit blocks and there are 60 units and the roof is going to cost 55 grand to fix because it's for, you know, a really large building. Someone has to pay for that. Like it still has to get paid. So like that comes out of Body Corporate. That's what that's for. When your place gets flooded in the hurricanes, and because the power's off for a week straight, the pumps run out of gas and end up flooding the elevators, and a bunch of motors have to be replaced in them, and it costs 28 grand to do. Someone has to pay for that. It comes out of Body Corp. And if you're wondering, that was an awfully specific example, Baylor. Yeah. Yeah. And it cost us some fucking money too. I think they just use plastics. Well, there are village pumps that kick in when the power goes out. That keeps all the rain out of the wells that hold the lifts. But they only run for about 24 hours. Because we've never had power outages larger than that until the hurricane hit. And then they stopped working after a day, and we didn't have power for 5 or 6 days, and it was like we couldn't even like, there's just nothing we could do about it. Like we knew it was happening at the time, we knew it was happening, and there was just nothing anyone could do about it. We're just like, well, there's nothing. Generator? Yeah, we had a generator. It ran for 24 hours. There was no power for like a week, which has never happened before because we don't get hurricanes, except that one hurricane that came, but that's the first one. We got like 6 foot of flooding and his house was just sitting there perfectly fine, and then the town fined him? Why? Is it my turn to say generator now? Information, no earnings for... no, it's only a 25% chance to invert. So if you negative their res, then it would be a 25% chance for them to have positive res. You wouldn't want that. A generator that only runs for 24 hours? Scrap that shit? What are you talking about? An automatic backup generator that kicks in and runs for 24 hours is roughly 3 times what has ever been needed in the entire suburb in the last 40 years. We don't run out of power. That's not a thing that happens. Literally the longest power outage in the last 40 years was like 8 hours. You don't understand. We don't have hurricanes. That's never happened before. As long as I've been alive, that's never happened before. This is the wiring. Huh? Also the generator for like 2 weeks. Nice. Generator for something so important. But it's not a poor choice in generators. It's a generator that lasts 3 times as long as it would ever have needed to or ever conceivably needed to. And it was just a generator that ran village pumps to pump water. So even if it stopped working, we would also need to still be actively flooding after that 24-hour power outage for it to matter. That's never happened. It's never even come close to happening. It's not a poor decision to have not 10 years ago prepared for a once in a lifetime freak occurrence event that has never happened in the entire state, that will probably never happen again. That's not poor planning. Like, that's... Generator runs for good for you. Why would we ever need that? How would anyone possibly have known that we would ever need that? Like that's something the owners at the time would have voted on. And before that cyclone, we all would have been like, I'm just saying they could have planned a gas generator when the hurricane was announced. First of all, no, they couldn't. Because every single gas generator for sale was gone instantly the first day. They were just all gone. People bought them all. There weren't that many to begin with. When we went to Bunnings to pick one up for this house right here, we found out that they only ever had 6 in stock to begin with, and they were all gone within 20 minutes of the announcement. Because there were only 6 of them. Because we don't need them. They're not a normal thing to stock. And it was the same everywhere. Like, it's not something we could do. And then even if it was, like, we didn't know at the time that not only was power going to be out for 24 hours, we didn't know that it would still be actively flooding after the power had run out. No one knew any of this. We are flooding each year and the snow gets in the way of the army generators. Okay, but we don't do any of these things. We don't do any of these things because we don't have any of these problems. You're missing the... I feel like you're really not understanding the bit where my entire life and my parents' entire life, nothing like this has ever happened here, ever. We don't have the processes, we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have anything. This is a freak occurrence. Hurricanes don't happen here. Like, nobody was prepared anywhere. Like, these don't happen. My parents are like nearly 70 or something, 60 something, mid 60s, and they've never seen one in their lives. Like, they don't happen. This was a very freak occurrence. Expecting once in a lifetime events like they're going out of style, right? You need to remember tits up was a once in a lifetime event. Yeah. Like Pineapple said, some of that for hindsight would have been good. If I could go back, to 2 weeks before the hurricane was announced, knowing what I know now, you know what? I'd be able to help my own house and area more. I don't think I'd be able to convince our body corp to buy diesel pumps for the elevators. Like, they would all look at me like I was stupid. Like, what are you talking about? I'd be like, oh, but what if we lose power for like 4 days? And they'll be like, that's never happened. What are you talking about? They'd never believe me. And then I think after it happened, they'd be looking at me real weird. They'd be like, how did you know?
Be careful.
I don't understand the generator runs for 20. What kind of battery generator? Yeah, it's just a battery generator because all it was to do was to run billy pumps on the 2 wells that are at the bottom of the lifts. So that the lifts don't get flooded and like rusted out at the bottom. That's all it was for. That's all that was for. So it was just a battery, and it just ran two water pumps, and that's it. That's all it was supposed to do. It wasn't like to run the whole building. It wasn't like to keep individual people's fridges running or anything like that. It was literally just a pump to pump out the wells at the bottom of the lifts. That's it. So it was just on a battery backup. Like that's all the generator was. It was just a battery backup generator, just to keep the wells at the bottom of the lifts dry. That's it. Yeah. Funnily enough, we're not even buying new pumps for that. I was in the meetings where they were deciding whether or not they'd pay a whole buttload of money for new pumps, and what we ended up looking into was how about instead of spending a whole bunch of money for new pumps, specifically like diesel pump generators, they were like, oh, what if we do diesel generators? And there was like, now we've got maintenance, upkeep, you have to like run them, you have to change the diesel in them every month or so. And I was like, there's just a lot of like ongoing costs with this that continue to cost everybody in the building money. And I was like, why don't we look into why or how it floods to begin with and see if we can just stop water coming in. And it ended up being around about the same cost to build up some walls and seal it off from the outside so that where it floods in normally would just never be able to flood in again. That cost was like 18 grand or something for the whole building. And we're like, well, we could spend 18 grand to just stop it from flooding, or we could spend 18 grand on diesel generators to pump it out that then have maintenance and up cost forever. I was like, why don't we just stop the fucking thing from being a problem ever again? And they're like, yeah, actually, let's do that. Because nothing's even wrong with the pumps that are still there. They just ran out of juice. Like, so they can stay there in case something ever goes wrong. There's no reason to get rid of them. It's just, but there's also no reason to go buy expensive generators when it's the same amount of money to just fix the problem. Now you don't need a pump generator anymore because you just don't flood the elevator lifts. And so that's the one we went with, is we're just fixing the bitch instead. Okay. Where are you, buddy? You know, the prevention is always cheaper than curing. Yeah. It was much cheaper to cure the problem when we didn't have a problem, right? When there was no hurricane, no flood, no nothing. Because that little battery operated thing, the battery thing was only like $800 or something, and then the two pumps were like $400 each, so it was like nothing for a building with 36 apartments in it. You're splitting everything 36 ways. It was nothing, right? And it worked for any normal floods we had and everything for like a decade. It worked fine. It did everything it was supposed to do. And then we were like, much worse event did not work for. It will automatically be updated on exit. I already did the exit though. My dude, I exited. Please update. Okay, how about now? Ready to run. It's not updating. Why are you not updating, my dude? Is there not like a... Aha. I can hit the install button there. Please update. Right, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in just a second. Please update though. Jesus. Okay, now is this shit working? No? Okay. God damn it, why are you not working? I'm so confused. Why won't you update? Yeah, that's what I did. Oh. Hello. Why didn't you show up? Maybe that's why. I think that's why. I think that's why that wasn't updating, right? Okay, now give me an updated version, please. Aha! Updated. Fantastic. Okay, now there are some settings in here. Somewhere. There's like a setting because... So when I do this, see how I can't, I have to hold control to move my mouse over here. There's a setting to stop that. What is that setting? Is it just that, maybe? No. Okay. Aha. Open with, I don't want auto hide mode. How about now? Was that the setting? Yeah, and then clicking clears it. Yeah, that's better. That's the setting I was after. So it's auto hide mode. That gets me to the hideout. That gets me a logout button. Fantastic. I got my hideout button. Fantastic. Account name BalorMage. There you go. That can be saved as well. Filter stats up and down 10%. Yes. Remember the buyout currency. And then I want to do, no, where is the setting for the currency? Is the standard league aware? It's just solo self-found standard. Okay. That's probably all of those settings made correctly. That's exactly what I'm asking at the moment. Yeah, I don't, like, I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just trying to get everything like set up and working. And the best way to remember everything that's a problem is just to start to play and wait for the problems to show themselves. Settings and apps and fucking macros and logout buttons and bloom and just 2 million other problems. But we'll solve them all. We're gonna get that and that and that. And then I guess starting tomorrow, we're gonna start having to run actual practice runs and like get good at it.
There she is. My work in progress.
New 102 1.
Rayclast has been good to you, witch.
I wouldn't bother playing POE2 at least until next week when the patch hits. Did they announce something? I mean, tomorrow we're gonna get the name of the new league, and then presumably to go with that, we'll also get presumably at the same time get the like announcement date and whatnot. We are expecting that the league launch will happen either on the 30th or the the 13th or the 20th. It'll be one of those two. I don't know which one, but it'll be one of them. And to be fair, they did make the loot a lot better last league, or last patch, but a lot better isn't the same as fixed. It was just better. Reveal 1 week and next stream. Right, but they also sometimes do 2 weeks. And there was a way off. Yeah. When I was reading it this morning, I was like, after our extensive testing, and I was like, you mean like 1 day of somebody playing endgame? Because that was enough testing for me to know that it was wildly wrong. Did you need more than that? Because I knew right away, like day one. I got invited to a private league where the rule is you have to play a skill you've never played before, and that is very hard when you're 25,000 hours in. Yo, is there even a skill I haven't played before? I mean, a good one though. Like, even a usable one. No, I've played Perforate, I've played Summon Reaper. I've played Cock and I've played Leap Slam as my main ability. I've played Flicker Strike. I've played Ice Crash. I've played Summon Stone Golem and Chaos Golem and Fire Golem and Ice Golem. I've never played Frost. I've never played Frost Blades of Catababius. That would count. I have not done that. That would count. Certainly is hard though to like there won't be that, there's not that many skills that I haven't played in nearing 30,000 hours of POE1. There's not a lot that I've like never played. There's lots that I haven't played a lot of, or I've only done like a little bit of. Like I've played Sunder once. A very, very long time ago. Right? But like, if you go never played, that's ruling out a lot.
Good luck to you.
General Gravicius. There is nothing else.
There you go.
Don't do anything I would.
That would just make life complicated.
Remember players with 300k dot. Next league, I think I want to degen the Sanctum. I was really tempted to do that for just like 2 days of degenning Sanctum, just to be fucking rich.
When I'm ready and not before.
Yeah, I didn't see too much chance of gutting Sanctum. But again, I don't think they should gut anything at all. I don't think we're living in a timeline where we should do any nerfs of any kind whatsoever to this new POE1 league. It would just be really bad taste and, in my opinion, a stupid idea. Now, should we nerf Lightning Strike and Power Siphon Miner? Probably. Yeah. Next league, not the one that's coming now, the one after that. That's when we should nerf those. What we should have is 3 or 4 pages of buffs that bring fucking 50 other abilities up to the power level of Lightning Strike and Power Siphon Mines. So there are other options now. That's what I want to see. I wonder how many of the people who type in YouTube are like regulars that I know from Twitch, but I now have no idea who they are because they come up with whatever their YouTube name was. instead of their Twitch names. Usually on Twitch, sometimes need a vacation.
When I'm ready and not before.
Right. Sorry, you can't stop and apply skill points while in an area like this. You actually die if you do that. Yeah, that's it. I don't remember getting that portal. That's kind of a cool portal. I have it set to random. Literally do not remember that, but okay, sure. So that one. That's one of the handful I actually have. It's kind of a cool portal. I like it.
That would just make life complicated.
You're right. Bring me back something nice.
Boom, boom, boom.
Need something?
You get in there. Stay out of the shadows.
Okay. Are you used to any portal beside the Delve one?
What do you call it when you see a ghost with boobies? A paranormal entities. What's the difference between a circus and a brothel? One is a display of cunning stunts, the other.
When I'm ready and not before.
I like that.
I'd love to see the.
I like that. It was good.
Spell. I can't abide housework.
Huh. Just occurred to me. YouTube can't make like text to speech things happen on stream. Only Twitch can do that. Does YouTube have a way to do that in other YouTube streams? No, I just don't have it set up. I might have to look into that. Fact. Let me write it on my little list. Almost my entire list is gone. Can YouTube do text-to-speech things? Do we have announcements for members on YouTube? Question mark? I don't even know if we get alerted if people... I don't even know if we get alerted if people spend money on YouTube. I better look into that tonight. Like, I don't, if somebody becomes a YouTube channel member, I don't even know if we get alerted. I don't even know if I see it. I should definitely fix that.
You are not. What is that? The cockroaches will come again. They want the twist. That cockroach emperor. The other bugs shout his name. Revicius. Cross the river, squash the emperor. I like a dash.
It's one of those possessed curtains and a stranger enemy in this act. Possessed curtains? Oh yeah, hang on. I mean, I know the mob you're talking about when you say possessed curtains. I haven't thought of them like that before.
That is what the gems do. That
Fucking possessed curtains.
The moment my fingertips brushed the cool, silken plains of that fast gem.
I think they 100% are just possessed curtains. Yes. I just.
Way to break free. That night.
Remember.
It's just not. It's not a way I was thinking about it. That's all. Dum 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 bum banana. Who do you fight for? I'd love my chain mastery back. I'm still a little confused about why that chain mastery's gone. There was one on the lightning mastery. There was like non-projectile lightning skills chain 1 additional time or something. It worked for things like Stormbrand and Orbis Storms, and but didn't work for things like Spark and whatnot. It was really good though.
Master Nightmare, or it masters you.
Always head up the stairs. Always up the stairs. And always decide with one card. Always decide with less cards. Because in the second area, one place will have 3 or sometimes 4 cards, and one way will have 2. And it's the 2 way that's correct that time, and the 1 way that's correct this time. So I just go with less cards. Get in there. Oh.
Too much plasma. Good times when Stormbrand got damage. I mean, this is like
solo self-found league start damage. Like, I don't know, feels okay right now. If only it continued to scale. If only it continued to scale.
Of all the worlds you could have conquered, you had to choose none. Such power wasted on an evil imagination.
Like, look at that. Look at that. That's pretty good damage.
Damn you!
That's fucking great.
I loved your work, Piety.
And somehow it goes from this to garbage. As you keep getting, it just doesn't scale. Stormbrand's fantastic though, for leveling.
You've been. Piety dies amongst her.
Burst dragon. No.
Unfortunate. Goodbye.
Ta-da. Ta-da. Explodes. Yeah. Yeah, it used to be really good.
Good luck to you.
I always preferred the Inquisitor and whatnot. Not quite as much raw damage as the Assassin, but I got to be significantly tankier. So I enjoyed that. Now I gotta go over here and then get another aura on.
Go with courage.
Man, an Eye of Winter Spellslinger would be fun. We could do that again. That'd be great. Don't remember what the nerf was that killed that. They killed it doing something. Pray for a new lead soon. Any info and leaks? I mean, we find out the name and then presumably also the date for the announcement tomorrow. At some point tomorrow. At some point in the next 20 odd hours, we will probably know what the league name is and when the announcement date is. Like the announcement stream where they show us everything. Was it Nimbus and Projectile Nurse that broke that? Maybe. I can't remember what it was that broke that one, but maybe. What do you get to reserve and then also pay the mana cost? Could have been both. Knowing GG the way I do, it's probably those two things and 3 other things also. They usually don't do 1 nerf. They usually do about 5. I have long joked that what they do is they put a few people around the table and they go, hey, all right, let's think of some ways where we could nerf this to be appropriate. And then the group of people come up with like 5 different options. And then someone walks into the room and goes, fantastic, do them all. And then they're all just sitting there like, wait, those were options, not to get, wait. And then they just, all 5 of them happen. And they're like, well, see ya. Options, take the worst one. No, it's here's 5 different options and then they do all 5 of them all at once, and you're like, That's been a long running joke that isn't really a joke. Oh, nice. And then none of them are getting merged. I don't know. Well, to be fair, this time, if anything hasn't been played for a year, that just means it wasn't meta for this one single league. So...
When I'm ready, and not before. This is strongly, but that has also been a long running joke. Oh, they put out an MTX for it. Better play it this league. It's gone next league. That's been a running joke for a while. MTX for the skill means it dies next league. Illusion exile. Get wrecked. Will cry for you, Dominus. Get wrecked, buddy. Stormbrand seems to level still really well.
That water just reeks of corruption. Let's see what
Says he'd be the size of their big toe. I did not remember that.
when I'm ready and not before.
Get destroyed.
I'm watching you. You are.
See ya.
What is it, Exile?
Tell you what, from POE2, I really want that NPC in my town / hideout that just identifies everything in my inventory. I'm actually so confused that you're playing POE. You must really be out of stuff. Yeah, money. I'm out of money. We get like 40 viewers playing other games. What do you mean? Like, even if we still don't reach sub goals playing POE, at least we get like 150-ish average over the day. Like, at least there's some ad revenue to make. It all makes sense now. That was the missing part.
Thaumaturgy just keeps getting the better of you.
Really early Amazon referral code. Like $50,000 just from the referral code. That's something else I'm setting up, is the fucking like Amazon wish list thing. Where you get like referral codes and shit for that. Okay, then everything they buy from Amazon, yeah, that'd be insane. I'll probably spend a year from Amazon, even if the referral code is like 1%, which I think they're more like 2.5 or something, but even if they were like 1%, right? You find like 5,000 people that spend $1,000 a year. And you've got, okay, well that adds up. It adds up real quick when you look like that. You're like, oh, some extra money.
Hello.
Oh my God, I do not remember this. Look at the size of the zombies.
My name is Ethan, and welcome back to another episode of Path of Exile Delirium League 3.10. In this episode, I put together this new build. Wow, new build again. No, it's a joke. It's a meme build. Okay.
Look at the
so
size
today
of
I
them.
put together this Necromancer page where I run just a couple of these hulking corpses. You know, a good 15 of them. What does it do? 300% increase raised zombie size, and obviously 15 times the 5% chance of taunt, 75% chance of taunt, and 300% increase maximum life. So they have 124,000 life. They're thick as fuck. And then the 300% raised zombie size. So they're the biggest zombies I've ever seen in this game. I haven't seen anyone do any bigger than this. This is with a Montegrel's Grasp as well, so you get another
That's so fucking funny.
zombie size. So this was the overall, and just a show without it.
What do you like, the size of their ankles?
Without Montegrel's and with, it's about the same as the Jewel almost, but then you could do this, where you can raise 8 of them. I actually have 8 zombies.
They're all wearing the old
headhunters.
headhunters.
Yeah, obviously, this is pretty crazy having 8 of them that are giant, like as giant as other people's. And yeah, we're full crab build, so you already know we have full crab. We can also go check out like what the zombies actually do with the big size. So now some of the like quality of life, it's like, oh, what do the zombies actually do? Do they attack faster? Do they do more damage? Do they
No,
have a bigger
they're just
slime
big.
AoE or anything useful? No, it's all cosmetic. Watch the slime. The slime is this big.
No, it's all cosmetic.
It's so tiny.
The slam's
It's
the
so
regular
goddamn
size.
Tiny. Look at the tiny little slam. The slam is so teeny compared to how big my
The
goddamn
size is
boys are.
basically just
So
the
then,
size of their
you should
feet.
Probably go for the Montegrels, get the extra size on it, show the biggest.
Oh, that's fucking great.
Slap, slap. Dude, these things are, the hand of the zombie is as big as the monsters. Think about the damage this should be doing. You're getting beat by literally a thing 20 times your size. Boom! Boom! Okay, it's pretty sick. I honestly gotta say, this is one of the coolest things I've done in the game. And, mostly I wanted to do this.
That's hilarious.
The reason is yesterday I was delving on my Elementalist. And,
5 years ago.
A viewer said that apparently my Necro wasn't on the high scores for delving anymore, and he was wrong. It's there. I don't know what he was talking about, but basically I was like, oh, I'm gonna get my Necro to show up as a crab armor.
That's hilarious. That is actually hilarious, though. Why so few people streaming the game right now? Because it's been a year since there was a new patch. Don't ever say that a year. Don't ever say a year. Oh my god. I mean, it's been a year though. Like, it's fucking close. Just lie to me and tell me I'm pretty. It's just been a year, that's all. I still don't have 40-40. I have like 5 sets of remove only tabs in my settlers standard league. Yeah. It hasn't. When did it actually launch? It hasn't actually been a league, right? A year? Hasn't actually been a whole year, right? It'll be 11 months. It'll be 11 months if they launch next month, which is what we're expecting.
I think it likes me.
Like, that's close enough to a year to call it a year. You could say things like last year's league. The league we were playing last year.
So many more traps built in this place.
It's actually been 300 days today. 300 days of settlers.
When I'm ready, and not before.
This is 6 months now. No. 4. I'd be happy with 4 months a league now. 2 months on each game. So I get to be an absolute degenerate for a month straight on each game. And then it depends on how good it is after that, right? During the second month, you can do other things. Last Epoch launches, Diablo if you want to play it, all the other RPGs, Slawmancer, whatever. Other variety games. And then boom, another month on the new POE. Whatever's the next one. And then if it's really good, you can keep playing it. And if you want to play other stuff, you've got another month there. Right? Indie bullet hell games. Yep. I love bullet hell or bullet heaven games. Love them. But like, I want there to be time to play things like Blueprints and Expedition 33, because those two were phenomenally fantastic games. I absolutely loved them. Never tried brands. Can you explain a little? They sit there and do nothing. And if a mob works near them while they're active, it attaches and casts on them rapidly over and over again. And that's it until it expires. It has a different duration for attached duration or non-attached duration. It can stay on the floor slightly longer. Traps with legs. Kinda. Yeah. That's kind of it. If a mob reaches in range, or if you plant it on it, it attaches to that mob and it will not detach from that mob until it expires, or you use brand recall, which I don't even have on my bars. Brand recall would suck them all to me. But I never do that. If a mob dies while the brand is attached to it, the brand will return to the floor where it was cast, not drop at the floor where the mob is. Was one of the changes. It used to drop wherever the mob died. Now it drops back on the floor where it used to be. And by default, you can only have, well, 3 of them if you've got Room Binder, which is what I've got. No, 3 of them at all times, but you can only have 2 attached to a single enemy. There's plenty of ways to get more brands. Like you can get Mastery for an additional 2. You can get another 2 here. Yeah. But you can never have more than 2 attached to a mob. So there's not too much point in getting more, for the most part. But, okay, just one sec. Food. Food. I think I want to do traps on mines if they're not too nerfed next season. I really enjoyed both traps and mines the first few times I played them. Of course, they're adding even more runes just at the crafting bench. Honestly, if they make enough runes to do enough things, I'm okay with runes being the replacement for crafting bench. Like, it's essentially just the same thing, which I'm fine with as long as they actually get there. It was only really a problem when you couldn't replace them. It wasn't a replacement for crafting at all because you couldn't replace them, so you just left them empty until you knew for sure that there was a permanent thing you wanted to put in there. That was silly.
I am the Reso, the Sword King. It was here in the pits of Theopolis that I made my name, king of the dark and wild hills, before I could even be considered a man. In this, so glorious of arenas, I care nothing for your past, only for your future. And for that, you will have to fight.
And which you could then craft from. That would make them untradeable, which I'm fine with. I do like the idea of being able to see all my options in front of me in one place though. Even though I'm okay with runes rather than a crafting bench, it would be very cool to have just the ability to see what's going on. And what could I put in this spot? That would be quite useful.
When I'm ready and not
I'm back. I'm Bella. The worst part about that bit is that I absolutely fucking love it. I'm not being ironic. I love it. I think it's hilarious. Every time.
People of the gutters, steel your belly, for this slaughter is at hand. An adequate performance challenger, if a little messy, yet Barcura is
No issues. I think load Twitch so the stream won't load, but no issue using Discord.
Welcome to the Grand Arena of Theopolis. It is here that I first.
Alright, that should be cooled down enough to eat my food. We'll keep that, thanks.
Dash. May fear guide you. What do you want?
They tried to call you through the internet. Fair.
Take care. What do you want?
Yes?
Things that won't be on the chase item. Nothing that makes you attack fast or move fast or rarity. I'll tell you what, the last big patch and the next big patch for POE2 both look amazing though. If we can keep heading in that direction, we'll be having fun soon enough. Let's keep up with that stuff. They've already made a pretty big amount of changes to the campaign. I'm not saying it's enough. We certainly want more, but the idea that they're not going to touch them until they release all the arcs would be crazy. They've already made them better. They haven't finished. They need to make them more better still. But like, they lowered a bunch of mobs' HP. They made a bunch of zones way smaller. They made a bunch of different mob types that were incredibly dangerous, significantly less dangerous and annoying. Oh yeah, they made a bunch of zones smaller, especially in Act 3. They added a bunch more checkpoints. I don't think they're done by any means, right? But like, I'm just saying, like, they are willing to change the shit. What zones are smaller than? A whole bunch of them in Act 3. I'm not gonna like list them, but like, there are a whole bunch of zones in Act 3 got smaller. Yeah, a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, removed a bunch of dead ends as well from different zones. A few different zones where there was like an event or a thing that you had to do in the zone that you had to like search for. They made it so that like the map generation would sort of force you through that area where the event that you needed to do was, so that you couldn't get lost. That happened to a few different zones. The generators? That's not even, I don't even think that's the worst zone at all. I do wish that there was a waypoint at the start though, so that when you were done you could just be like, okay, now back to the bit.
You've done yourself proud today, exile.
Are you in for it like they beat Judy? Yeah, I also want more move speed. There's a waypoint but not a checkpoint. Cobra Blaze, see him. Ground city layout was a maze and they adjusted that. Yep. And that one where you had to go through and click like 20 levers to like unflood an area or something. Like they made that like half the size. Got rid of half the levers in it. This was like the last major patch they did, like relative. I haven't actually run the campaign with all these changes in, but like that's something that happened recently. Like it wasn't on the league start or anything. The zone is actually still too big. I believe so as well. I also think it's too big still, but it was like twice that size before. But the point is they're super willing to make changes to the campaign, right? Like that's the point. Not that they're done with it, not that it's good now, but like they're absolutely willing to still adjust stuff. The point there is that I'm super happy for people to have complaints, but I call people up whenever they're spouting nonsense. And like, oh, they won't touch the campaign until it's finished is nonsense. We know it's nonsense. It's provable nonsense. They've been changing it already. They'll continue to. There'll be more patches. That's obviously bullshit.
That's just moving the goalpost. They're not going to change anything. Okay, here's a list of things they've already changed just recently. Well, they're not going to change anything again, but all right. Like, all right then. I fucking love reheated pizza. Oh. Oof. What is happening next week for POE2? Yeah, that right there. Every good things. A lot of good things. Excuse me.
When I'm ready and not before.
Oh, there's no build for this. I just picked Stormbrand and started playing. Actually, it didn't even happen in that order. I just started playing and then decided to play Stormbrand around level 12.
A battle worthy of song. The way you fight reminds me of how it feels to be possessed with the idea of victory. A game of swords is not your passion.
Sit back down, buddy. Sit, Babu. Sit. Good dog.
I'm sorry to have to break this to you, Lisa.
That's from something. It's from something.
What do you need now? May fear guide you.
Sit, Babu. Sit. Good dog. It's from something. Aladdin? Nah. Nah, but it is from movies. Like a movie company. Like a production company maybe or something. I don't know what one, but it's one of them.
Watch yourself.
So this is what the inside of a Karui king's head looks like. I hope they're not all like this. I need more mana.
Legendary family ties. Alright. Damn it. Someone, you mentioned Aladdin, and now I'm gonna have the songs from Aladdin playing in my head for the next day. My all-time favorite childhood movies was Aladdin. All-time favorite. from childhood, like childhood movie. What are we leveling? Just nothing of importance. This was more about playing POE just so that I could remember all the stuff that went wrong. All the things I was missing, all the hotkeys, all the settings, all the things that I have a brand new PC and I just didn't have any of the stuff installed. I didn't have path of building. I didn't have the macros to log out. I didn't have my hotkeys set properly. I didn't have anything. Today was return to POE 1 and remember all the things that you need to have to play POE. New PC, let's go. Yep, it is a fucking fantastic. It is a beast of a computer. It's the first time I've not had a shit computer in like a decade. It is a fantastic one. Be stuck in my head all day now. The specs on the page. Yes, if you scroll down, that is the new computer. Also, the banner above it that says PC specs is a link to it if you want to see it. It's a Starforge PC. We are not sponsored. I do not have a Starforge sponsor. I want one, but I do not have one. I bought it of my own accord. But it was literally cheaper to have them build it and give it to me than it was for me to buy individual parts here. So just was doing their thing. I have no idea. Shit's always been like, computer stuff has always been super expensive in Australia though. I don't really know the specifics of why.
I need more mana.
But it's always more than the exchange rate would suggest. Like it's always the exchange rate and then here's another 20 or 30 or sometimes 50% for no reason. I don't know, just how it is.
That's what you get for losing your temper.
No, exchange probably because huh. I don't even know what a 24H2 Windows version is. PC president. Had to be wild. Yeah. Yeah. Details. It's like what, a week ago? The first like ships that would be under the new tariffs started to show up, which means people are paying new bigger prices, right? It was like a week ago the first ships that were under that started appearing. So like any price hike you've got until now has been like preemptive, but now the goods coming in are the ones that are tariffed already. So over the next few weeks in America, I expect fucking everything to go up in price. Pretty much. Pretty much everything. Should be a fun month or two. Or 6 or 4 years. Or 10 years. But anyway. Honestly, nowadays, like recently, Australian politics has been way more interesting. It's way more interesting. Our coalition party split. That's we basically just lost an entire political party. Isn't that your far right? So it's a little different in Australia because I wouldn't say we have a far right or a far left at all. The extremes that exist in America aren't normal. You don't normally have a far left or a far right. Everyone is leaning one way or another from the center. No one's that far apart. That's a crazy thing to even have. But it is our, like, the right-leaning people, right? Like, our right-leaning people got fucking obliterated in the polls this time. And when I say obliterated, I mean like worse than anyone could have guessed. A fucking landslide failure, the biggest failure we've ever seen in Australia for them to get seats in anything. The main leader of that coalition party didn't just lose the election, he lost his local seat, which was seen as... They're actually a coalition of two parties that have been working together for like the last 100 years. They just like operate as one, but are actually two. And then, so just like yesterday or the day before, they split, which means not only did they have like very little power left to begin with, they now neither one of them have enough power to do basically fucking anything. They're just, they don't have any seats left. They're worthless. Like, it's crazy.
It's not often we get to erase our fate.
It's actually crazy how badly they did in our election. And like, yeah, that is the party that like that would be our right-leaning party, the party that was like happy with Trump and was buddying up with him and saying, hey, we're gonna do some of these things too. No, fucking gone. The entire country was like, absolutely the fuck not. Just gone. So like normally you need 76 seats to win, and normally we're looking at one party, be it one of our two major parties, is usually looking at 76 to 78-ish seats end up winning. And like that's the difference, is like these guys were 2 over and these guys were 2 under, and the difference is about 4 in total seats, right? Like that's like the normal, whoever wins by enough. If it's as many as like 4 or 5 seats, that's considered like a good win, right? Like that's a good, if you're 4 or 5 seats in front, that's like a good margin to be in front by. That's like a comfortable margin to be in front by, right? This is it this time. Our colors are the wrong way around compared to your colors, or more appropriately, our colors are the normal way the rest of the world does the left-leaning party and the right-leaning party, and you guys do it backwards, but that's not important. Either way, this is our, like, left-leaning party. This is our right-leaning party. That's... So now this party has split. The Liberal Party and the National Party, I think it is. They were running as a coalition and have been for about 100 years. They split a few days ago. So now, I don't know how many seats each of them hold, but they've separated. They're now 2 different parties. So it's now just the Australian Labor Party with 93 seats, and then 2 different parties with presumably roughly half of this each. I don't actually know, because I don't remember the last time they were separate, because they haven't been separate in my life. So I have never bothered to try and make a distinction between which one belongs to which, because they've worked as a coalition forever. So I don't know how many seats they have each, but it'll be, you know, bars down here. This one green seat makes me a little sad. I wish they didn't get one, but whatever. But yeah, it's been wild over here. Like, wild. The like analysis people, the like expert people and whatnot, have been saying they don't see a way where the current party that just got voted in doesn't win at least the next 2 elections. Like, they're just, everyone else is so far fucked that, like, we're probably here for at least another 8 years, if not at least another, probably another 12 before anyone gets a shot at all. because there's just no one left to oppose. President. So we only have prime ministers, which is essentially the same thing. I'm not really sure why we call them prime ministers instead of presidents. You run the country. I don't really know the difference. But is it still 4 years? It feels like it isn't. How often? How often do we change? Is it 4 years as well? Once every 3 years. Okay, once every 3 years here. Okay.
I need more mana.
Exquisite. The greatest form I
Facebook said like a good book. I read so many books, but I still have all of those things. But I don't begrudge anyone for not. I wish I didn't care. What shenanigans are we up to now? Not really, just remembering how to play Path of Exile. I nearly called it Path of Building. Same thing. Path of Exile is the client that we test our builds in from Path of Building. Path of Building is the game. Path of Exile is the third-party client we use to test our Path of Building knowledge. If I lead on POE2 tomorrow, what is the first thing you do? Send about a third of the people back to POE1 and make sure it's handled properly and that there's a new league every 4 months moving forward, and only take them back when they have spare time to do so.
You've come.
That's the first thing I do. I'm long-term excited about POE2 and I can't wait for it to be good. But as long as they keep handing out POE1 leagues and they keep doing it in a timely fashion, it doesn't actually matter how long it takes POE2 to become good. It doesn't actually matter. As long as you still got POE1 to play.
Let us see if you truly understand
What it means to be Nightmare. Are you so in love with death?
Too much clutter. Poor Malachi. He was so frightened of death, Mage. Now the two of you can get better acquainted. It's really not so bad once you get to know it. What can
No love.
I was right to have faith in you, Cursebreaker.
Yeah, you were.
You are needed.
Boom.
Seems I've mastered Ray class. Time to return to Oriath with a vengeance.
Federal. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to look at how close the last two elections were just to see how close they were. It was 77 to 68, so a little long, and then 76 to 69 the last two times. So a little bit more than I thought. That's still only like 7. It's like 7 or 8 seats. Which is not like fucking 40. A little bit larger than I said in the gap, but also it's been so funny to watch though. You guys don't understand how funny it's been to watch. About 2 weeks before the election, one of the dudes in the blue party that lost started saying Trump's fucking MAGA slogan, except for Australia, which is mental. Like, why? Nobody wanted to hear that. They were literally like in front of a camera saying "Make Australia Great Again." Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're literally what are you doing? And it was like 2 weeks before the election, and everybody was like, ew, no, ew, why?
I'm going to show them how right they were to fear me.
But that wasn't my favorite fuck up. My favorite fuck up was about 3 weeks before that. It's about five or 6 weeks before the election. The leader of that party, the guy who lost his seat, was being interviewed. I forget his name. Peter Dutton? think is his name. I don't know. He looks like a fucking potato with no eyebrows. Whatever that guy's name is. Legitimately, he doesn't have any eyebrows. It's fucking freaky. But anyway, he was being interviewed about house prices because houses are too expensive. And everybody's like, there's like a cost of living crisis and there's a housing crisis and whatnot. Houses are out of control. Everything costs too much, right? And as part of that thing, he was asked, because his son is like early 20s or something, and he was asked as part of that if he was going to have to help his son buy a house. Would his son even be able to afford to buy a house, or are you going to have to help him because he's a billionaire? And he said the most unhinged sentence I have ever heard from an Australian politician ever in my life. The words that came out of his mouth after being asked if his son would even be able to afford to buy a house or if he's going to help him was, he said, "No, I will not be helping my son buy a house. If he wants to buy a house that young, he'll have to dip into his trust fund. That's what every young person should do." What? Sorry? Excuse the fuck out of me? Where's my trust fund? Am I supposed to have a trust fund? I never had one of those. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh. Like, that brings up a few questions. One, does this guy really think it's normal everybody has a trust fund? Is he so far gone, so far out in the world of billionaires, that he thinks the standard normal thing for a regular person to do is to have a trust fund? That's crazy. But also, not the most crazy part. That's not the most crazy part of that unhinged fucking sentence. It's crazy enough to think it's a standard procedure that everyone would have a trust fund. That's already fucking crazy. You've lost the plot, you absolute idiot. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that in his mind, that means that his son using the trust fund to buy a house would not qualify as help from him. Where did that trust fund come from? Did it grow on its own? You put the money there. That's your money, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about? To me, that's the craziest part. It's not that he's so clueless that he doesn't realize that trust funds aren't a normal thing. It's that he's so out of it that he doesn't even register that the trust fund that his son has is because of him, and that's still his help. Like, that's the crazy bit to me. Anyway, he doesn't have a job anymore, so like that was the end of those two things in conjunction, were the end of his entire political career in Australia. He's done. It's over. He's gone. But Jesus, come on, my dude. Like, how are you that fucking clueless? Like, what do you mean?
How quaint.
And check it out. He does indeed Where is he? He does indeed look like a potato with no eyebrows. You cannot tell me that's not a mask, right? What the fuck is this? You can't do it. You didn't show me this. I want to go to sleep. Tell me you're a skinwalker without telling me you're a skinwalker, right?
Yes, freedom comes to those.
Recently said that you could save up to $10,000 a year by if you quit smoking and then buy an apartment with that. Meanwhile, a packet of cigarettes is around $1.50 here. Jesus. Is he smoking 4 packs a day? Even what? How many packs a day do you need to smoke for that to be true? Voldemort with the nose. Oh, what apartment is 10k? I mean, the assumption would be 10k would be the down payment. I'll at least give him that. At least give him the assumption that he doesn't think the whole apartment is 10,000 and rather that 10,000 is the down payment you would need to buy an apartment. That doesn't help the rest of the math, but I'd at least give him that bit. That doesn't help though, but
Thaumaturgy and science combined. That's rather clever. Miss Archmage brand. Me too. Flubber brands. I miss them. These people people have no idea their time is almost up.
Back like 2 years later and hit it again. Yeah. I miss 12 Pembley full blade blast actually being good. There's so many builds. The man, they could. We got to stop talking about all the good builds of the past because I'm starting to get excited that there's a world where they might bring them all back, and I can't get that excited about it and then be let down again. It is Monday today, right? No, it's Thursday today. How did I think it was Monday? What's wrong with me? How am I off by that much? $100,000 brain ping. I don't know, man. I don't know how I'm off by that much though. Like, I know every day is the same and what day of the week doesn't matter, but like, they're not that much the same. Working 9 till 5. They're releasing old stuff from the vault. What the hell? What are we talking about?
Something's here. Something different. I don't know. They've gone back on nerfs quite often in the past. It's not a big ask for them to be like, hey, go back on this nerf and make this better again. That's not really a huge ask. Doing
doing all of them at once like I want. That's the big ask. Being like, hey, how about you unnerf fucking 28 skills at the same time? That's the big ask. That's what it gets. Well, probably not though. Boom, bum, 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 bum. We're gonna have nothing to play. Like that would matter. I don't even think Fubgum's favorite build is Lightning Arrow. He just plays whatever's going to be the best. You've misunderstood how those sort of players exist. Those sort of players don't play their favorite builds. Their favorite build is whatever's the strongest. If you take away whatever's the strongest, then you've still got whatever's the strongest now. And then that's what they'll play. If you take that away, then they'll play whatever's the strongest now. That's just how that is. There's always going to be a what is the strongest, and that's what people like Fubgun are going to keep playing. Whatever makes the best blaster out of whatever's available. And phased. Oh wait, you're halfway phased. I forgot you phased at 50. My bad. My brain was like 4 phases. That must mean 25%. No, 50%. 2 parts to the fight. My bad. Is it 2 and 3? I don't know, maybe. Typical Monday brain. I am innocence. I am the torch. Stonebrand isn't very good for leveling. Somebody said that earlier and my brain just stopped. Did someone really say that earlier? I think Stonebrand's fucking fantastic for leveling. Falls off pretty hard when you get to maps, but fuck, it's good for leveling. I am the torch. I am your god. You're gonna have to make up your mind, dude. Like, Are you the torch? Are you innocence? Are you my god? Are you what?
I've conquered one god already. What's one more?
Nation. Nice. What else is it gonna be? Oh, it's gonna be deleted after stream is what it's gonna be. It was intro to POE 101 that I'm taking for to just remember how to play the video game at all. That's what this is.
Thank you.
Already Hex Blast mine enjoyer. But I never tried to turn the level with mines from the start. Mines from the start's great.
You deserve once remember.
What's the name of the mine that does really, really good on League start until you can change to Hex Blast? It's like a fire thing with a bunch of projectiles that come out that goes dun 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 dun. It's like a spell version of fucking Molten Strike. Fire class mine. Thank you. That's the one.
For freedom.
If you use the entire game, you can, but Hex Blast ends up better. I like Hex Blast. Hex Blast mines is my favorite kind of mines because Hex Blast mine. So Hex Blast solves the problem that I hate about mines, and mines solves the problem that I hate about Hex Blast. So putting them together, they solve each other's problems. Which is very useful. Doom, doom. No reason why, I just don't like it. With no reason why. Can't really do anything about that. Right, let me visit the bathroom. I'll be back in 1 sec. I really want the zombie rework and carrying golems added to POE2. I expect they will get golems. I expect golems to come with, I don't know specifically if we'll get them, but things like Absolution and Holy Relic. I don't know, we specifically get those, but those sort of things will all come with Templar. Whenever we get that. Okay. Weird. My headset does not appear to want to turn back on. Do you mind, buddy? No? Okay. Apparently I have no headset. That's alright. I didn't need to hear anything anyway, right? It's not important to have audio of any kind? Oh, it feels odd. That feels incredibly odd. Ooh.
And not before.
Okay, it's a bit surprising how easy it is after like not playing POE1 to like just stop thinking about it again. Like you just start pressing buttons and the things that you want to happen. You don't like think about it. I think I'm prepared at this point. I can fucking start running some tests. Some like practice runs tomorrow. I don't know what as, but I'm gonna start running practice runs, I think. Probably do like 3 or 4 different league start style builds and like get decent at them and then see what happens. Any practice is good practice, right?
Had I the time, I could raise an endless legion from these bones. Pity.
Good find.
It's like riding a bike, kinda.
When I'm ready, and not before. Another good. The more I feel of divinity, the more I want it.
Nah, it feels weird to not have my headset on. I'm almost tempted to put the headset back on, even though it isn't working. Just so that it's on my head. Just so that it, like, you can see my ear. That's weird. You can't normally see my ear. It's not tucking my hair back anymore. Now you can, like, see how long my hair is. I think I need to get a haircut. Not to take length off it, but like, I've never grown it out like this before, and it doesn't like look right or sit right. Are there like, do we get like haircut styles? Like, how pink it is too. It is fading out to a pink now, which I'm okay with. Pink. Pink's good. Need it styled, not just a cut. Is that like a thing that happens? It has to be, right? They like cut it so that it just sits naturally better. I probably should see a real hairdresser for that instead of a barber, right? I would imagine. Sounds very insulting to barbers, but like, they always do short hair, men cuts. I need long haircut. The real question is going to be, how long do I let it get before I'm like, nope, fuck that, that's enough, and then we trim it back? Like, how long is that going to happen? Be? Don't know. I think if at any point I go to push up off the bed or off the ground or anything like that, and I put my hand on my own hair and go to rip it out of my own head trying to get up, that'll be the point. I'll fuck that. Absolutely not. That'll be a point.
Glani's told. Don't ever give up.
And some isn't. Farewell.
This is long hair. I can naturally When my beard got to that point, I had to relearn things. I'm never growing the beard. The beard's actually a little bit longer than I like right now, but not too much longer. But like in the next few days, I'll re-neaten it up again. It's like, could probably rock a mullet. I'd rather not.
Freedom comes to those who fight. For freedom.
Prime. Is a giggle. I'm sorry, are mullets popular again? Absolutely not. They are? No way. Absolutely not. What do you mean? I can't have a mullet. I still enjoy getting laid on occasion. I can't have a mullet. Look, I know I'm getting old, but like, I still need people that want to say yes. So like mullets are out of the question. Permed mullets even. Absolutely not. No. You just be changing your target audience. I am keeping the same target audience forever. Like your birth year now needs to start with 19 something. 1999, fine. 1980, fine. 2000, too young. That's it. That's the cutoff point. Not down. Yeah, it's just a test day. Relearning to download all the things I need. You have no idea how many times I've stopped to be like, I can't see through the thing. The sound is wrong. The visual's wrong. My hotkeys don't work. The fucking my path of building wasn't downloaded. My logout macro doesn't exist. I forgot to download it. It's all the joys of setting up a new computer.
I need more mana.
I mean, we've just been like stopping and talking about shit and not really. We're not really trying to go at all. We trust that Faustus will not get deleted, right? Right, correct. Everyone expects Faustus to be permanent.
Come, ravenous one. Let me devour your heart.
I think it's pretty reasonable because Bastus is in POE2. And also because if they took away Faustus now, I think half of the people who would have otherwise played wouldn't even show up. People will just not show up in fucking anger. I mean, sure, I'm not going to guarantee it's actually Faustus or whatever, but I don't think that matters. The point is, the guy will be there allowing you to trade shit for gold. Whether it's actually Faustus or not, I don't know or care. Yeah, the currency exchange market. That will stay.
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished. There is...
I've never had to pay the price for my ambitions. Until now.
I'm... Good tidings to you. Remember, all right. Time and tide wait for no man.
I was so arrogant when I first awoke here. I had so much to learn.
Bum, ba-dum. Yeah, it feels real weird to not have audio. Real weird. Isn't Brandon just knocking off rust? Just knocking off rust. Just de-rusting. I will delete this character after stream. And then we'll think about doing some real league practice starting tomorrow. Like some actual league start practice. Just to, you know, get like something going on. Get a little better. And also because, like, what the fuck else am I gonna do? Bunch of holy relic of convictions. I was thinking other stuff. I was thinking like pick 2 or 3 normal league starting builds and like practice those just to get more of a generic feel for the game back. Remember how to play everything again. I may or may not still start Holy Relic again, but for all I know, Holy Relic doesn't even make it. Maybe Holy Relic gets killed. I don't know. That is horrendous. Closes a hole without Archmage Clutch. Yeah, spells are pretty rough right now too. It's fair. I don't think Holy Relic is good enough to warrant nerfing, nor do I think Holy Relic is popular enough to warrant nerfing. It's just a bit too niche of a build. Okay, let's see if this thing will turn on now. Okay, it won't even attempt to turn on. That's so weird. Okay, let's try this other battery back in again. Okay, nothing to do with the battery then. Nothing to do with the battery then. Well, that's some bad news. No, the headset itself is off. And it's remaining off. It's not attempting to turn on. Okay, I got it back on.
Farewell. That would just make life complicated.
I have no idea why. I didn't do anything different.
Hopefully, I can learn from my mistakes this time. When I'm ready, and not before.
Off and on again? I mean, I did off and on again like fucking 12 times. Threatened it with a professional. It's the rough equivalent of anything in IT ever. You know how like your computer will break, and so eventually after you figure out you can't figure out how to fix it at all, you go get someone who's really good with computers, and then you go to try and show them the problem, and it just isn't a problem anymore. It's just fixed via their mere presence, and you look like a fucking idiot because nothing's wrong with it at all. But it's been fucked for the last hour. You just haven't been able to fix it, and then they just show up. They haven't done anything yet. You can't even demonstrate the problem because it's fixed. The worst. It happens to people, not just me. It happens to people. It's like, but nothing's wrong. Like, yep. My wife does that constantly. The IT people at her job just won't be able to fix anything, so she'll call me into her office, and when I get there everything's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Find and try.
There's so many people that don't know the place where I used to work at. Pop them on the test bench and then just power up and run. Earned of indecision or just regular Stormbrand? Doesn't matter. I would, if I got a Stormbrand of indecision, I'd slap it on, but it's not important. If I was gonna play Stormbrand, that is.
Let me teach you the laws of war.
Tukohama.
It's just worse than regular. Yeah, I mean, they're vastly different builds, those things. Whereas Stormbrand and Stormbrand of Indecision are pretty fucking much the same skill. One of them bounces and the other one doesn't, but otherwise it's like not hugely different. I shouldn't have finally just it all worked fine. And now the entire company uses Cloudflare. Yes. And Tipsy Tom. Greetings.
When I'm ready, and not before.
And how's life? Well, patch note plan for POE2 looks good. Happy about that. Otherwise uneventful. And what's the T with POE2? There was just a post today about like, hey, the plans for the patch next week. And it's a lot of end game changes, like quite a lot of end game changes, and they all look really, really good. Too many to like go through by memory, but it was just a really good looking patch. So much so that it caused me to be like, what is Jonathan on holidays or something? Like, what is going on? It's like all good. It feels like a shift. Do you remember back on POE1 ages ago when we like talked about the A team and B team that we made up? We have no idea if it really existed or not. But for a long time on POE1, it honest to God felt like there was two teams working on leagues, and that there was an A team and a B team, and you'd just have a good league and a bad league, and a good league and a bad league. And when A team had it, we had a great league, and when B team had it, we had a fucking shit league. It was disappointing. And then it was A team's turn again, and we had a great league. No, when Diablo 4 said, what they meant was they have a B team. That's it. They actually don't have an A team. They just have one team, and it's the B team. Dum, 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 dum. Yeah. I am getting real antsy about this league announcement that's gonna happen. Guys, what if it's bad? What if it's bad? What if we start playing it and we say stuff like, I wish Settlers was back? Like what? Oh. What's with the typo of the title today? I don't see a typo. I said what I said. Is POE2? Yeah. And according to the patch notes that happened today, saying this is what we're going to have in a patch next week, then POE2 looks like it'll be pretty good next week. Woke up 2 minutes ago? Ah. Well, in that case, no mistype. I said what I said.
For my life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again!
those who don't learn from their mistakes are doomed to repeat them.
I'm here.
Good tidings to you. Time and
Beautiful.
Good work. With the road to the Frisian forest clear again, I trekked through to the forests beyond to see if the strangeness we're seeing on the coast is also happening inland. What I saw nearly froze my heart solid.
Stay sharp out there.
Dum 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 dum.
When I'm ready and not before.
Honestly, Stormbrand is like surprisingly good early. It's ridiculous how it's actually really strong for like a league start.
Welcome.
Sure, whatever.
Farewell.
Movement speed, more of it. Let's go. Not you. You. Every now and then, like one out of every like 10 or 12 portals I go through, I'm like, I like land like I did just then, and I'll put my fingers on W and D and try and walk up And I'll just stand there for a second, just like casting my orbs. And then be like, oh, right. Mouse, my bad. Ah. Just every now and then. It's just happened like a few times. Not often. But certainly enough. Oops. Played too many games that use WASD recently. Well, I'm surprised that it's like practically all of them. It's either WASD or controller, except POE1 that has neither. Yet. We could have WASD movement, we could have a controller swap. We could have pausing. The pausing could come this league. Like it really could. Like this league that's coming, they could be like, oh, we added pause to POE1. Like we had pause in Conqueror of Worlds. Like it already exists. Not the person. Although she's amazing and still exists. She's live right now, just not playing POE. Whew.
Farewell.
Alright, I think none of this matters now. That character is done. What are we planning to do this week in POE? I don't know, man. Play it. Do some practice runs on a real character, not this one. But at least playing this, we average over 100 viewers, so at least we can make some ad revenue. I don't know. One day I'll leave it on. One day I'll leave it on and go to sleep and just have chair stream for 12 hours and see what happens just for fun. But for now, that ain't today. If I woke up from chair stream and there were like several hundred viewers, I think I'd be mad. Like I think I'd be actively upset. I think it would. I think I'd try and not play up how upset I was, but like I think I would be legitimately. I think I would be legitimately upset. However, it is time. I am going to jump off. I'm going to go watch Doctor Who because there are 2 more episodes of Doctor Who that I haven't seen. I didn't realize it'd come out. I lost track of time. I found out this morning. The last episode of Doctor Who I saw, I think there's 2. The last one I saw was animated. They became animated? I think there's 2 more. I'm gonna jump off. I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.